Over the next few shows, we're going to be talking to Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler, co-authors of the Illuminati Formula Used to Create an Undetectable Total Mind-Controlled Slave, and Deeper Insights, books about trauma-based conditioning mind control. Fritz is a researcher of the Illuminati and minister to mind control victims. Cisco Wheeler says she is from a generational Illuminati family and that trauma-based mind control was perpetrated against her from birth. We will hear the interview with Cisco in a couple of weeks, and today we're going to hear an interview with Fritz Springmeier. Fritz talks about the Illuminati families and how they have used mind control to consolidate their power throughout their history. You're listening to CKLN 88.1. I'm speaking with Fritz Springmeier, author and lecturer and minister to mind control survivors. Welcome to the show, Fritz.
Thank you, and hello to all you listeners out there in Radio Land. I encourage you to participate with our program today because we're going to be speaking about some important things that affect your life and will affect the lives of your grandchildren.
Absolutely. I'd like to start off with asking you, how did you first come across the information about government mind control?
Government mind control overlaps with many other things. It overlaps with a higher government, and a secret world government called the Illuminati. And as I investigated the Illuminati, I had to also learn about their fronts that they operate. They hide behind the veil of national security. They use our patriotism against us and make us think that for our own interest, for our own security of our own nations, that we have to subject ourselves to all the secrecy that they impose upon us. And
now, did you come across the information about mind control through your research into the Illuminati, or vice versa?
Yes, through the Illuminati. That's not to say that I hadn't been watching the government too, but a lot of what we see out front is just that. It's a front. And if we really want to understand what's going on, we have to look behind that front.
So maybe you could explain to our listeners, to your understanding, who are the Illuminati?
The Illuminati are the movers and shakers of the world. They are an elite group of bloodlines. You could call these tribes or families. There's 13 major bloodlines. They are what are called generational Satanists. That means that they have practiced their secret witchcraft for many centuries, and they've passed their religion down from one generation to the other, or they lead double lives. They have one life that the world sees, and then they have a hidden life that the world doesn't see. There's been very few people that have been able to break through the secrecy. They have taken secrecy to a fine art that I would never have believed that anyone could achieve until I started getting into this. And there's been very few people over the years that have broken through that secrecy at all. There was a man named John Robeson who wrote Proofs of a Conspiracy Against All the Religions and Governments of Europe Carried On in the Secret Meetings of the Freemasons, the Illuminati, and Reading Societies. And that came out in 1798, and the Bavarian government captured, by raiding several safe houses of the Illuminati, they captured original Illuminati documents back in that time period, which were bound and sent out to all the governments in Thailand. die Originalschriften des Illuminatenordens, as the German title the Bavarian government gave it. But in modern times, there's been very few people that have been able to talk about the Illuminati as it exists today, and that's been my job, has been to bring to the world who these people are, what their traditions are, what they are doing, everything about them. And the reason why I'm giving a longer version here to your question is that when someone asks, well, who or what are the Illuminati, they do not think like we do, and people oftentimes interpret things around them in terms of how they themselves think or their own worldview. If you want to understand the Illuminati, you have to understand that these people do not think like you or I, and in just one area alone, that is, a large percentage of these people are programmed to multiple personalities. And just that in itself creates a whole different thinking pattern than those of us who are not multiples.
Now, when you say the Illuminati, is this the same group that is documented that Adam Weishaupt had started back in 1776 in Bavaria? Is this the same group?
It's the same group. He actually didn't start the organization. The organization goes way back. These are oligarchical families that are extremely powerful. And if you go back in history and you ask yourself the question, when did the elite, powerful oligarchical families ever give up their power? You can't find any point in history. These were the families that, some of these bloodlines go clear back to Nimrod, the Rothschild secret genealogy that they have secretly written down through the centuries traces their genealogy back to Nimrod. These people were the ones that controlled the mystery religions. There was a supreme council that set over all of these mystery religions of the ancient world, and they were an extremely powerful priesthood, and they chose to go underground for many years and continue working behind the scenes, but they never left. And at the end of World War II, as an example of what I'm talking about, at the end of World War II, there was a committee that was sent out throughout Europe to do a study of all of the churches that had been destroyed by the war. And they discovered that in most of these Christian churches, I forget the exact percentages, like 80% of these Christian churches, they found that where the Christian altar had been, when these churches had been destroyed, underneath these Christian altars were pagan altars that had been uncovered. So what you have is that a lot of these cathedrals were built on ley lines that were very powerful occult spiritual points, and on after hours, these churches were used for what we would call satanic rituals. So this has been going on secretly for many centuries.
And you're saying that the Illuminati are responsible for what, infiltrating these churches, or?
These are our movers and shakers. These are very powerful bloodlines. For instance, one of these bloodlines includes all of your royal families of Europe. So they're the people that have been in control. If you look at a lot of these nation states, you'll notice that at the head of their church are their kings and queens.
Now, you mentioned there were 13 families in generational Illuminati families. What are those families? Can you name them?
Oh, sure. And I came out with a book that was specifically designed to go family by family and discuss them. The top 13 bloodlines are the Astor, Bundy, Collins, DuPont, Freeman, Kennedy, Lee, Onassis, Reynolds. Reynolds is not one of the top 13. It's up there, but it's not one of the top 13. The Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Russell bloodline, and then there's a 13th Illuminati bloodline, which is the Merovingian dynasty, and I just simply call it the 13th. And then there's the Van Dyne Illuminati bloodline. The 13th Illuminati bloodline, the Merovingian bloodline, is extremely important.
This is the link to the royal families of Europe?
It includes the royal families of Europe. In my Volume 1 book, which covers the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines, in fact, that's the title to it, I don't go into the Merovingian dynasty so much because there came out a trilogy of books, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and two other books by its three authors, Paget, Lay, and Lincoln, which is so good in discussing this bloodline that there wasn't any real reason for me to go into it. You certainly, for instance, Prince Charles would be part of that. And if you look at Prince Charles, you'll notice that if you go back into his genealogy, and I have the charts, you'll see that he's related to, in United States, he's related to our presidents Washington, Jefferson, Madison, both of the Harrisons, Tyler, President Taylor, George Bush. George Bush, in fact, his vice president, Dan Quayle, was also related to the royal family. And he is also, Prince Charles also related to Mrs. Woodrow Wilson. So you've got, here in the United States, the concept is we have all of these individuals that have been selected to run this country that are unrelated to each other, and yet it's quite the contrary. In fact, it was interesting that I've been told that when they dedicated George Bush's library in Texas recently, that President Carter, in the talks that were given, was mentioning that he is reading a book that recently came out this last year, which talks about how all of these presidents that were there were, or at least some of them were related to each other.
So when did you first realize the existence of the Illuminati? What information came your way to spark your interest?
I was involved with everybody's probably heard of Jehovah's Witnesses. I happened, and how Jehovah's Witnesses go out and knock on people's doors. Well, I was the opposite. I was a Christian missionary to bring Jehovah's Witnesses to Christ. And I was getting tired of working with these little Jehovah's Witnesses on the street. And I was praying to God to give me the power to decapitate the authoritarian organization that's over these Jehovah's Witnesses. And at that point, I got my prayer answered. I got this confidential information that the heads of the Watchtower Society were collaborating with the heads of the LDS Latter-day Saint Church. Well, that information totally changed my life, because what I'd done is I'd bumped into the Illuminati and their mind control, and I'm not trying to just single out the Watchtower Society and the Mormon Church, because you'll find out that, or I did find out, that their infiltration and control is pretty well right across the whole spectrum. It's your Christian organizations in general have been infiltrated and controlled from behind the scenes. This was when I first bumped into the Illuminati. I had learned about 20 years previous to this what a lot of people are already aware of about the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, and these type of groups.
The Bilderbergers and...
Bilderbergers. I had learned about these about 20 years before. But there's a whole nother level to things. And when I started getting into researching and studying and trying to help people that wanted out of the Illuminati to get out, when I started getting in at a level like at that level, then I had to work with the mind control. And
okay.
It's just one thing led to another.
Now, what is the relationship of these groups that you've just mentioned, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers? What's their relation to the Illuminati power structure?
There's a lot of groups around the world that are making decisions that are controlling things from behind the scenes, and these particular groups, Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, and Bilderbergers, are fronts for the Illuminati, but not fronts in the sense that they have no actual purpose. They serve a purpose, but there's a hidden level back behind them, a hidden level of control.
Now, just in terms of the Illuminati families and the whole organization itself, what are their goals? Why have they infiltrated so many of these organizations, as you've been saying? What is their purpose?
Well, ultimately, it's to bring in what people have termed the New World Order, with a man who will hold the world's attention and carries the title the Antichrist. That's the ultimate goal, and I'm not trying to wax religious on people, but that's just the simple facts of it. When you get into deprogramming people, you'll see that a lot of the things that they have been programmed to do, these things that they've been programmed to do tie in with a very sophisticated plan to unify the world under the reign of the Antichrist.
Now, you've mentioned that the Illuminati group has used mind control to further their goals. How did you first come into this? And you've been working with your partner Cisco Wheeler, who I understand was a Illuminati mind control victim. How did you first meet and realize what was going on there?
She was trying to break free of her mind control, and it was what I stumbled upon was perhaps, at least in my opinion, the greatest slave revolt in all history, where you had 4 high-level Illuminati women who had been teamed together. They had all become Christians and were all trying to break free and had become a support system for each other. And here I was, a researcher of the Illuminati, and there's a lot to try to explain, and I'm trying to encapsulate it. But when you're under the mind control, there's a lot of programming not to reveal the secrets. And so it's very difficult for somebody who's been in the Illuminati and received their standard mind control to divulge what's going on. And so it made it much easier for them to work with me that I had already done my homework, and they knew that I was going to understand what they were talking about, and they didn't have to say a lot to communicate certain things because I already was aware, and that saved them a lot of the grief of the programming kicking in for having talked too much. So she was part of this group that was attempting to escape the mind control, and I got involved in their lives and did what I could to help them. I brought Cisco out of the Illuminati, and in return, my learning curve about the Illuminati was greatly increased because I was getting inside information from these people and a number of other people. Like I say, trying to understand this secret organization or these secret bloodlines, it's very difficult because one has to step outside of one's own culture and own way of thinking and understand these people as they think, and they do not think like we do. That's why being able to work with these people that have been in the Illuminati was so valuable.
Now, is the reason for that is because they have used mind control techniques on their own family members throughout the years?
Oh, yes. They've been carrying out this mind control on their own people as well as others for centuries, and this has all been a very closely guarded secret. And it's one of the reasons why they've been able to carry out so much to implement this New World Order without people being able to figure out that there is such a thing as a worldwide unified conspiracy. It's they're very skilled in knowing how to bring things about so that they appear naturally.
So what is the purpose of them using mind control on their own children and their own family members?
Well, it's really essential. If you are going to participate in the Illuminati's secret life, being a program multiple is really basically there are a few in the Illuminati that aren't program multiples, but considering what one has to participate in, you've got a number of standard rituals like St. Weinbalt's, St. Agnes, Grand Climax, your Walpurgis, Beltane, all your solstices and equinoxes, Lammas, All Hallows Eve, which we know of as Halloween. You've got your High Grand Climax. You've got all of these standard rituals, and these rituals are very horrific. They involve human sacrifices of things such as on the High Grand Climax, a baby will be sacrificed. On various sabbats, you've got a young female or a male being sacrificed. This is not something that the normal person, the normal mind, is going to be able to handle. So the mind control has the mind control and the creation of multiple personalities, which you get a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde effect, is very crucial to this thing continuing from generation to generation.
So they really used the multiple personalities to facilitate this double life that they have to lead.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I guess maybe we could talk a little before we get into the techniques that they use for mind control and the details of that. You mentioned that they seem to have a belief system as well. Could you talk about that?
It's the Illuminati is the continuation of the mystery religions. And as someone who becomes an adept of the Illuminati, they have to learn a whole series of paths. They give the different types of occult knowledge names from the 12 apostles of Judas, plus the 13th is called the Holy Grail. So, as these men and women become very skilled in occult knowledge, and I'm not sure how much I should go into that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that they'll be trained in alchemy, they'll be trained in Indian sorcery, they'll be trained in Druidism, Enochian magic, Gnosticism, Hermetic magic, Kabbalism, Plato, Sufism. They'll know all the different branches of occultism. And
how do they use that information? Do they incorporate elements of all of those occult belief systems into their own, or?
Yeah, it all ties in together. The idea is to amass occult power to yourself, and that's the reason why the Collins family was brought into the top 13 bloodlines. Is that, of course, the Merovingian dynasty had a lot of magic power and a lot of political power, but the Collins family, which was Scottish, it had an extremely powerful occult. Its occult power was extremely powerful, so it was brought in to being one of the top bloodlines because they were such powerful black magicians. Kabbalism and the path workings, you get your 26 path workings of Kabbalism. This is all very important in the work that they do, and it all ties in with the mind control too. But most of the therapists out there are secular, or a lot of them approach it from a secular angle, and as they deal with these mind control victims, programming, they don't touch on the spiritual aspect. But what I'm trying to say is that their religious beliefs, their Kabbalism and the path workings that they do and all of that can't be separated from the mind control. It's an integral part of it.
Mm-hmm. And do the Illuminati worship a single being such as Lucifer, or?
Well, you've got different levels that people operate within the Illuminati. There's the anarchy level, which is your common witchcraft covens, and then you got your hierarchy level. And on the anarchy level, there are thousands and thousands of covens. In fact, I have listed the addresses and the names of hundreds of these in one of my book of these covens. These covens are very eclectic. They can have their own traditions, their own rituals. There's a wide variety of practices on the anarchy level. In fact, that's what it looks like, is total anarchy. One doesn't see any connection. And then above that is your hierarchy level, where you would have your Asmodeus, your grandmasters, and your mothers of darkness, and your grandmothers, your granddames. If you're programmed to multiple, you can function at many different levels, and you can have one personality that's in this coven, and another personality that's in that coven, and this personality that's in the Masonic Lodge, and this personality that participates in this hierarchy ceremony, and another personality that participates in another satanic ritual. It's very broken up. So one of the reasons why it's not easy to answer your question is basically everything we understood about human behavior and how to gauge or judge people is obsolete, because the mind control, by creating programmed multiple personalities, has made all of our ways of judging people obsolete. And so a person within the Illuminati, the supreme goal of somebody in the Illuminati is to balance their good deeds with their bad deeds. They're dualists. They're Luciferians at the highest level. And that's why your greatest philanthropist will very often be your highest ranking Satanist. Because what they're trying to do with their philanthropy, which a lot of their philanthropy is self-serving, when you actually look at it, it's not as generous as it appears at first. But they're trying to do good deeds and then balance those with their bad deeds, because they believe in balance in their religion. It's a Gnostic Luciferianism.
Mm-hmm. I think it might be difficult for people listening to understand how somebody can be in public doing good deeds and having a good public image, and at the same time having this very dark side. But I don't know if you've read the recent Judith Spencer's book, Satan's High Priest, but it really illustrates how that works very clearly in this, it's a true story about one particular satanic cult high priest and his rise to that. Have you had a chance to see that book, or?
No, I haven't. But I'm glad that you brought that out to the listeners. The way that someone can begin to see the Illuminati is to start looking at how these people are above the wars and the rest of what we have to suffer. For instance, Pierre Samuel DuPont, who was the first famous DuPont, during the French Revolution, all kinds of people around Pierre lost their heads. And yet, for some strange reason, Samuel DuPont managed to keep his head when so many hundreds of people were losing theirs to the guillotine. The one person that was very influential in protecting him was Necker's daughter, Madame Germaine D. Stale, and she ran a cat house. But anyway, she was intimate friends with Saint Simon, and Saint Simon's disciples were saying at that point in time, in the early 1800s, that the target date for the New World Order would be the year 2000. Yeah, they were actually writing that. But another example in history that, and I brought this out in the Top 13 Illuminati Bloodlines book, was that when the United States went to war right after Pearl Harbor, within a few days, President Roosevelt came out with a presidential decree which was it was semi-secret amendment to the Trading with the Enemy Act, and it made it legal for certain people to trade with the enemy if they were given permission by the American Secretary of the Treasury, who at that time was Hans Morgenthau. But anyway, I copied the paperwork out of it's the Code of Federal Regulations. I photocopied it off because they actually have this presidential decree that if the Secretary of the Treasury wanted to exempt somebody, he could allow them to trade with the enemy. Well, who were the people that were given that privilege? Rockefellers and Onassis, both of them Illuminati kingpins. If you look, during World War II, essentially every ship that was a Greek merchant ship was sunk during the war by one side or the other. Something happened. and essentially all of the Greek shippers lost their ships, all of their ships. But there was one Greek shipper, and that was Onassis, Aristotle Onassis. He didn't lose a single ship, and his ships sailed through all the war zones. None of the Allies or the Axis powers ever attacked his ships. Now, for something like that to happen, you have to have full collaboration at the highest levels. And when you see these kind of things going on, like with Pierre Samuel Dupont or Aristotle Onassis, then you're looking at somebody who's Illuminati. They sit above all these conflicts that they create for us people, the common people.
So this way of bypassing the trading with the enemy, how has this been utilized in terms of, say, for example, World War II or the Bolshevik Revolution, for that matter?
In fact, there's an entire book out that I think the title of it's Trading with the Enemy, that came out in 1983, which goes and answers your question. But one of the things is that Rockefeller Standard Oil shipped gas and oil to Spain, which then piped it directly to the Nazis. The Allies knew that Rockefeller was supplying the Germans. There are people that say that the gas that the Rockefeller shipped to Spain that was then sent right on to the Nazis, that prolonged the war a couple years. But you don't hear about this by establishment historians. But yeah, there was a lot of important trading during World War II that was necessary to keep the Nazi war machine, sustain the Nazi war machine. And then you mentioned the Bolshevik Revolution. That again, you'll see that there was a lot of finances sent, as you're probably well aware, and some of the listeners are probably well aware, from Kuhn Leib and company, and some of these other Illuminati people, and that money was used by the Bolsheviks to finance the revolution. There were a lot of other agreements made at that time, and things done to help them out. So yeah, it's there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and
it seems like they're promoting a strategy of tension where they're funding both sides and basically profiting from the resultant conflicts that they're fomenting.
One could go on and on. One looks at, for instance, Heinrich Müller, who was head of the Gestapo. You will notice that at one point he took an old Jewish family, and he himself had to personally carry their suitcases to his own car, and when he got them to the Swiss border, he carried their suitcases. The Swiss bodyguards were laughing, by the way, seeing the head of the Gestapo helping an old Jewish family escape Nazi Germany. When you start seeing these things, then you're beginning to then if the listener out there starts seeing these kind of things, now that you've heard me talk, you can begin to realize that there's a hidden level out there way beyond what the common person allowed to see, and this is that Illuminati level. These are the people that are collaborating behind the scenes, where you have Catholics and Protestants and Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormon leaders that you think these people are at each other's throats, but they're key Illuminati people. They're secretly collaborating with each other.
Now, in talking about the Illuminati, I think perhaps a number of people may have difficulty believing that there's a unified global conspiracy to control the world. And even myself, up until recently, until I started researching into the mind control, I thought the Illuminati was a fictitious group. In doing your research about the Illuminati, what were some of the other sources of information besides the people on the inside that had escaped?
Well, my sources besides my eyewitnesses were here. I could give some of the following in overview, or as trying to answer your question as succinctly as possible. Is that I interviewed a number of honest law enforcement and honest private investigators. In fact, I have some of these people are still ongoing friends of mine. And then over the years, I've done years of research where I've studied thousands of books and thousands of documents, which has even meant that I had to go to special libraries such as the Genealogical Library at Salt Lake City. And then I've interviewed and worked with many therapists, and I've taken off and traveled to sites where programming's done, where rituals are done, and crimes have been committed. And to give an example of that for the listeners, is for instance, in Washington State, a number of hours from here, is a full-scale replica of Stonehenge. And below this replica of Stonehenge, down below, because this sits on a hill, is a cemetery a number of feet away. And Illuminati rituals are done at that cemetery. That's an example of a place that I've gone and looked at for myself. And then I need to bring in another concept here that's important to research. It's not all simply just getting a lot of interviews and a lot of facts, because the raw facts aren't going to do it. When I was in college and I was taking counseling, the psychiatrist that was the psychologist that was teaching the class gave some excellent advice. He said, when you're listening to people or examining a situation, don't look at the details, but look at the process. He said the details may throw you for a loop, because people will lie, they'll give contradictory information and everything. But look at the process. And that's a very good principle. What I've been doing is I've been analyzing a lot of raw data, a lot of raw facts, and interview information, and I've been putting together a puzzle, a coherent puzzle. And that means you have to overlook a lot of disinformation.
Now, in the late 70s, there was a certain amount of documentation about CIA mind control that came out to the public. And I'd like to know what you think are the problems inherent in trying to prove the existence of mind control to a general audience through government documentation.
There's the problems with trying to expose things through government documentation are, one, the documentation has been destroyed or tampered with, and to get the government involved in exposing these things, what you're basically doing is asking a bunch of criminals, and that's right, that's what they are, they're criminals, to, even though they work in government positions, they're still criminals. You're asking these criminals to expose themselves with paperwork. That's just not the way things work. If we think about the Nazis, they were trying to destroy all traces to their crimes. They tried, they didn't succeed. So that gives me some hope that even though a great percentage of the proof of the mind control has, in terms of documentation, government documentation has been destroyed, I'm still convinced that tons of documents still exist. But I think even better than those tons of documents are the living proof we have in the tens of thousands of identified living victims. The other side to the problem of getting government documents is that then you have to have some way to broadcast that to the public at large. And we have a controlled media. And unfortunately, the media is very tight with the government. And you can really question whether we would ever see our controlled media fully expose to the proper degree the people that need to be exposed.
Yeah, it seems highly unlikely that the mainstream media is going to be investigating this. It's more likely going to be coming from independent investigations and independent publishers of this information.
Right. I'd love to see the places where the records are kept broken into and these records exposed. But the only way that I see that this would sincerely happen would be if there was like a revolution on the magnitude of what happened in Eastern Europe, where Stasi records and things like this were exposed to the light of day.
Do you think a government investigation into the mind control experiments, similar to what has just happened with the Tuskegee syphilis and the radiation experiments, would actually bring out information?
I believe it would bring out information. That's true, the way you ask it. However, for the government to investigate this is really like asking the fox to tell us how much of a threat he is to the chickens. And the fox is going to tell us something enough to satisfy us. But I'm real leery about giving the government another chance for for them to push some ulterior agenda. And the bottom line is any government investigation is going to cost us more tax dollars. I think people sometimes forget that every time they send their government scurrying around doing something, that it comes out of their pocketbooks.
Do you think there's any benefit, though, to society as a whole in terms of having a government investigation go on and having the government at least admit that they did do these kind of experiments? Is there any benefit there to the people as a whole in trying to expose this?
As a whole, the way you ask your question is going to reflect the way I answer. You said, as a whole, will this be beneficial for the people?
Mm-hmm.
No, it will not. And the reason why I say that is, if you look at earlier on, the U.S. Congress had Rockefeller investigate the CIA. Rockefeller investigates the CIA. And of course, his investigating committee came up with abuses. They've got to find something wrong. But the thing of it is it makes Rockefeller look like a good fellow. Oh, look, he's a crusader that's trying to expose the bad guys. They always throw in an ulterior agenda. If they're going to do something against themselves, they use it as another opportunity to work on some other agenda. So if they exposed A, B, and C about mind control, then they're probably doing it in a way so that they're misdirecting people's attention from their latest technology to some older method that they've discontinued, or something like that. So they're going to work in some ulterior agenda that, when it's all said and done, it's actually done us a disservice.
Now, how do you think the information about mind control has been kept from public attention for so long?
Well, as we mentioned just a little bit earlier, we've got a controlled media, and in a number of my publications and my writings, I've gone in detail and showed who's in control of the media and how these people are members of the Illuminati or members or participating in their Illuminati fronts. And so I document how the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and William Randolph Hearst, who's the Illuminati kingpin, how these people controlled the media. I think it's appropriate to mention a couple anecdotes. I was visiting one day with a Christian minister, and he was asking me what I did, and since I worked full time exposing the mind control, worked full time at helping victims of the mind control and exposing the New World Order's agenda, I just was honest with him and told him that. And in the course of doing that, I mentioned something about a controlled media, and boy, he hit the roof. He went ballistic on me because he, just prior to becoming a minister, had been an ABC reporter, and he said, there is no control over the media. I was allowed to write and have any stories that I wanted. I said, whoa, hold on, calm down. Let me ask you some questions. I said, when you were hired, the man who was in charge of you, who oversaw you, your superior, he hired you and kept you on because he liked the way you thought, didn't he? And the way you wrote. He says, yes, you're right, he did. And I said, and likewise, his superior liked the way he thought and the way he wrote, and on up the line. I said, if anybody had written or thought in ways that weren't the approved way of thinking and writing, you'd have gotten in trouble, wouldn't you? And he said, yes. I said, that's it. I said, when I work with victims of mind control, they can't see that they're under programming. As long as they do exactly what the programming asks them to do, they don't know that they're in programming. The only time that they know that there's any programming there is if they step out and act against it. It's like if you're running with the wind behind your back, or if you're in a stream and you're floating down the stream, you don't notice the current. But when you try to swim upstream is when you really notice the power of the current. So if you as a reporter step out of what their expectations are, that's when you get clobbered and you realize that there's a lot of heavy force behind going the direction that they want to go in. And he said, you're right. I said, if you had done something if you had written articles that had been contrary to the way your boss thought, you'd have been in trouble, wouldn't you? He said, yes, you're right. He said, I see your point. So, and that's my point, is people don't notice that the control until they start bucking against that control, and then you find out how much control there is over our entire society.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems that control in the newsrooms is it's almost unspoken level, and often for a lot of reporters it's an economic motivation as well. The stories that the editors like do get accepted. The stories that they don't like don't get accepted, and the reporters don't get paid for it. So the reporter very quickly appreciates what their editors are going to accept and print.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, I'd like to talk about the mind control that the Illuminati have used and the techniques therein. What is your understanding of how they have used mind control, and what form of mind control?
The word that I like to use is total mind control, because it totally controls the person's body, soul, and spirit. And the common person out there has never really imagined that something so all-encompassing or so horrendous or so totally powerful as even exists. And the type of mind control that the Illuminati use, when I say mind control, some people think, oh, television, yeah, or they think, oh, yeah, subliminals. No, I'm talking about something that's 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful. This mind control is totally undetectable, and it totally controls the person, and it uses every known technique of controlling a person wrapped up in a sophisticated group package. And that's one of the important things that a lot of people have not emphasized, is that it's not one technique. What makes this mind control, this total mind control of the Illuminati so powerful, is that it's a sophisticated group package incorporating all of the known techniques of control. All of these methods have been carefully interwoven so that, when you listen to someone from an intelligence agency, occasionally they've talked similar to like this, where they'll say, well, we tried such and such technique, but it only worked in 70% of the cases, so we couldn't use it. And we tried this and this technique, and it only worked part of the time. But what they're not telling you is if you take a method that works only 70% of the time and match that to another technique that works 60% of the time, and another technique which works only 50% of the time, and you have 100 techniques wrapped up together like that, you make a package deal that totally locks the victim in to the control.
So can you talk about some of these techniques individually and how they were used as the group package?
Yeah. When I started out to describe to people what was going on, I had files and files. I had about 150 files of different techniques. And I was thinking to myself, well, I can't talk about 150 techniques. That's too overwhelming for people. And so I thought, and I realized that all of these techniques broke down into 12 sciences. One of the sciences is the science of trauma and torture. Another science is how to use drugs, apply drugs to control a person, and another science that they have is their ability to use different mental states, which is hypnosis, disassociation, the trance states. Another one of their sciences is their skill at deceiving people and deceiving the victim themselves. One needs to understand, the listener needs to understand, that these victims of Illuminati mind control do not even know themselves that they're under control. So there's a lot of skill in using fiction and deceit and fronts and covers. And there's a science of using spiritual things to control a person. In fact, actually, that is the perhaps one of the major, if not the most major, method of controlling a person. The science of using spiritual things to control a person. In fact, actually, that is the perhaps one of the major, if not the most major, method of controlling a person. One of the things it's not politically popular for today for people in science to admit that mankind has a spiritual side to them, but humans do have a spiritual side to them. And the Illuminati understand how to spiritually control someone. Their understanding of that has boggled my mind. They have only allowed the common people, even the Christian people, a lot of our ministers only understand the crumbs have only gotten the crumbs, so to speak, on how to develop a person spiritually.
And how do you feel that they have developed this and gained this knowledge?
Well, a lot of it began back in the sleep temples of the Egyptians. We go back to your your Egyptian priesthood and the mystery religions, they were already learning at that time how to use electric shock. They used electric eels and other things to electrically shock people. They had already started to learn the use of drugs and herbs to create altered states and to control people. These were secrets, though, that were very closely guarded by these Illuminati families and their mystery religion priesthoods. But they continued to develop these over the centuries. Another example of a closely guarded secret was the ability to do cranial manipulation. During, of course, the Middle Ages and even centuries prior to that, the people that, the oligarchical families that controlled the common people had specialists that did torture, would torture for the king. And they kept their secrets on that they learned about torturing people to themselves. But one of the things that they developed was the ability to do cranial manipulation, which is you have to be very careful when you start moving the bones of the skull. A lot of people don't realize that the skull is not a solid bone, but it has sutures between the different parts of it. And you can do very subtle manipulations and move those skull bones. In fact, today there's something called cranial osteopathy, which you have your cranial osteopaths who are very skilled in using their fingers. That developed from these families of bone setters who tied back into the occult, who had learned these secret occult skills of manipulation.
What effect has that had in terms of the mind control, this cranial manipulation?
It was cranial manipulation has been kept an occult secret in occult bloodlines for centuries, and it can be used for good to heal people. It can be used to change the way the face looks to improve the face, or it can be used for evil, to torture someone or to control their mind, because by manipulating the skull you can actually change the way the person thinks to make them more disassociative or more compliant or develop their thinking in other ways.
So can you explain how they would start using these techniques and generally at what age they would start?
When a child is conceived, a lot of them, their very birth has been an idea from the start. You may have somebody who's in the Illuminati having an occult, conceiving a child in an occult ritual with a woman. It gets very involved as to how they hide their lineages. Let's put it this way. Not everybody born to mothers are actually the biological children of that mother. And then there's a lot of switching done, too, at the hospitals and so forth. So the child's birth has been planned, and then while the child is in the fetus, they already begin certain things to test the fetus, test the fetus's mental abilities, and to also traumatize that fetus so that it'll be more disassociative.
And how would they do that?
A fetus does not like to be poked. A fetus does not like substances that taste bad. What the mother eats will affect if if a mother eats a lot of sugar, they've shown by watching the fetuses that these unborn children like the taste of sugar as it diffuses into what the child is getting from the mother. So if you combine a lot of these things that are horrific, if you have lot of loud noises and the father is screaming at the mother and throwing her around and abusing the mother, making the mother very upset, and then you've got loud music or like rock and roll or screaming or something, and then you've also given the mother something that she's eaten that tastes really bad to the fetus. You can do a whole number of things that are all going to hit that little unborn child at the same time, and it's going to be overwhelmed, and it's going to develop its ability to disassociate.
Now, to your awareness, has electricity been used in this regard?
Not so much in the traumatization of the fetus. They use that after the child is born. They oftentimes will have a premature birth. It happens in many different ways, but one of the methods that they like to use is to have a premature birth, because then the child can be traumatized naturally. There's a whole bunch of natural traumas that go along with being born premature. Your skin is very sensitive. You get catheters up your behind and so forth. And they want the traumatization to begin very early on, because they want somebody who can trance out and disassociate from the pain. So you're probably familiar, and the listeners are probably familiar with the Indian fakers, the holy men in India who can walk on coals and stick pins in them and sleep on beds of nails. Well, this actually happens. Well, how does it happen? It's because they are able to disassociate and go into a trance state. And that's an altered state. The Illuminati want to create individuals who are able to disassociate very well, because that's part of the requirement to have the ability to become a multiple personality.
And that is the purpose of the traumatization, is to create that dissociation?
Yeah, that's one of the purposes.
And what is the importance of dissociation then within the total mind control?
It's extremely important. You'll hear a lot in recent times about electronic mind control, and that's being used to divert people away from the more important issue of multiple personality disorder, or DID. The ability to create multiple personalities that are programmed is extremely important it's why they have the ability to be secret. It's why they're able to do so much in secret. The electronic mind control, throwing mental ideas into somebody's brain which are foreign, is not that much of a threat. I have worked with quite a few victims of electronic mind control, and the majority, if not all of them, are able to recognize that something's being beamed into their heads that's foreign. But when you are disassociated, when you have amnesia walls between yourself and other parts of your mind, you don't know what you yourself are in your entirety are all about. For instance, I had a Christian minister who's spent some time trying to deprogram. He's come and visited here to work on his programming. Here you have a Christian minister who, horrors of horrors, discovers that he's got a disassociated part of his mind which has been functioning within the Illuminati, and these other parts of his mind are satanic. Now imagine being a man of God and finding out that you have parts of yourself that sacrifice people. That's why this ability to disassociate into multiple personalities is such a dangerous ability.
Maybe we can talk about the nature of dissociation and how that is used for controlling somebody. And also, as you mentioned, being not aware of the different identities that are being used for other purposes.
Yeah, people are familiar with disassociation and how the mind has the ability to function on several tracks. For instance, if you're at a party and you're engrossed in a conversation with somebody and you're focused on what they're saying, and all of a sudden somebody across the room says your name, and your mind immediately switches and goes, "Oh, they're calling me over there." Well, that's just one evidence, and there's other ways to realize that the mind is not a monolithic entity, but that it's broken up into components. While you were engaged in that conversation with somebody, there was one part of your mind which was still listening to other things. It was a disassociated part of the conscious mind. In other words, it was disassociated from the conscious. You weren't conscious of that part of your mind that was listening to the rest of the conversation, but it was. So hypnosis and trance and disassociation, they're all just different aspects of the same thing, and that and the Illuminati excuse me, have learned over the centuries how to put people into different states, mental states, and when information is learned in these different states, then to access that information best, you need to go back to that particular state. And people realize that what I'm saying, because when you get into a particular situation that's reminiscent of a previous experience, that's when your memory of it is best triggered. Now they go a lot further than just using natural disassociation. They've learned how to create amnesia walls within the mind. And it's basically what they're doing to the mind is the same as what we do with computers. In order to make computers functional, they had to figure out some way to section off part of the computer's memory so that the user could not access that memory. They had to nest that memory. You'll notice when you reboot your computer that the computer reboots itself with memory that you weren't able to access. That memory was disassociated. There was, I guess, in human terms, you could say there's an amnesia wall there. How to build walls in the mind to mentally section off the mind. And they do this through trauma. If you get a severe enough trauma, what the mind will do in order to continue functioning is it will disassociate that trauma with an amnesia wall. For instance, if, let's say, you were in war and your best friend has just gotten blown to smithereens by an artillery piece, his guts are laying out, your mind may build amnesia walls around this event and you may not be able to remember it. So the worse the trauma, the better the amnesia walls. So the Illuminati take a small child at about 2 and they begin traumatizing it with the worst traumas that are imaginable so that they can create these amnesia walls. They find these disassociated pieces of the mind, which are just like, in a sense, floppy disks And then they put in their programming to each of these disassociated parts of the mind as to what they want that part to become. Some of these parts they make into personalities. And so they create MPD, DID. They create multiple personalities, and then while they're creating these multiple personalities, they're programming them to be exactly what they want them to be.
Before we get into what kind of things that they're used for, maybe we could just go back and talk about how a person is conditioned to be a total mind control slave, and pick it up. When the child is born, what happens there in terms of the conditioning?
Boy, well, the programmers like to say this child is a piece of clay, and they view themselves as the potters to that clay. They're very skilled in knowing how to take a child and work with that child's mind to create what they want. We could talk all day in answer to your question, but I'll try to talk on one of the aspects that we haven't gotten into yet, is their ability to go in and identify. They use EEGs, and they're backtracking, I guess, a little bit to stepping outside of the Illuminati for a second. You've got researchers like Hans Eisnick, who happened to have been born in Germany but left Germany. But anyway, and you've got other researchers too that have studied how your average evoked potentials that the brain, these are brain waves, your average evoked potentials of the brain waves, can be monitored and can be used to see what type of thinking that brain is capable of. In other words, you can use EEGs to determine personality and IQ of a person, and they have correlated their ability to study a human brain with EEGs to John Gittinger's PAS test. And so when a child is born, they begin testing its brain to see what is this person's personality, what type of thinking is this person capable of, what type of career should we plan out for this person. So they take the natural bent of the mind, the natural capabilities of the mind, and they work with that. Likewise, when they're doing the traumatization and they're splitting the mind, they work with the child's creativity, and they work with what those pieces of the mind, those pieces of the mind think.
So typically at what age does that start, the EEG tests and the personality assessment surveys, is it? Yeah, well, they've already, they do some of it while the child is still a fetus. Then after it's born, they start your neonatal behavioral assessment scale, your Bailey scale, and your other tests, and then within a short time, say perhaps by 18 months, they'll be doing their EEGs and determining what they want to do. Once they determine what they want, what kind of a life they want to structure for this person, then they begin the mind control to structure the person for that career. This is why people like myself who have a natural intelligence but have never been connected to any of these bloodlines, we have such a hard time out there in the competition because the Illuminati can take a particular child
And since they can manipulate things from behind the scenes, they can open all the right doors for this person, and they can get them the grants and the schooling and everything they need, and then adding impetus to this person's career is the mind control that's steering them in that direction too. So you end up, the end product is you end up with somebody who's an engineer or a lawyer or a politician who's very highly qualified for what they're doing.
So what kind of things would, once they have controlled somebody, what kind of things would they be used to do for the Illuminati?
The mind control, this is something that, again, has not been brought out very well by other people, and maybe it's just simply because they're not aware of it. But the mind control is not just to create somebody who's a sexual slave, but it's to infiltrate and control society across the board. Understand that if you're going to control something like they control establishment medicine, you have to have your people in key positions, because the weakest link of a chain is going to break. So you can't have any weak links. So they salt their people throughout society in general, from the gutter to the castles. An example of one group of people that they have created for modern society are stalkers. In my recent book, Deeper Insights into the Illuminati Formula, I go into how they create stalkers and why they create stalkers.
You mean people that stalk other people?
Yeah, stalkers that stalk women. But like, let's say you're trying to control medicine, because the establishment medical system brings them in lots of money, and the medical establishment, as you may know, is very powerful. So you have to have control of the entire spectrum of things: the hospitals, what kind of health care is going to be available, the type of training that the doctors are going to get. They've created secret strike forces like the CCHI and the NCHF that keep people in line. All of this requires mind-controlled slaves being salted in throughout the entire system. If you had one weak link, the control is, for instance, if you have somebody who's practicing alternative medicine and you don't control the judicial system, let's say he's a homeopathic doctor and he's arrested on false charges, well, you're not going to be able to convict him if you're not controlling the judicial system. So, again, like I say, you've got to have this vast secret apparatus. And this is why it becomes, until people understand the mind control, they can't understand how there could possibly be the type of control that they have.
Right. So I guess in order to understand like how they are able to control these people that they have put in key positions in society, we do have to talk more about the techniques of mind control, and maybe we can go into that now of how they are able to effect control over these people. For example, the trauma.
Well, yeah, the trauma would be used for a whole number of reasons. But at the very basic level, when you traumatize somebody, where you traumatize them to the point where they almost die, or actually, to be more specific, they actually do kill these people, but they know exactly how many seconds they can allow them to be killed and still bring them back to life. So they manipulate near-death experiences. they have that down to a science. In fact, that was one of the reasons, or that was the major reason that you had the concentration camp experiments by Mengele, where people were tortured, was actually he belonged to an Illuminati bloodline. He was doing Illuminati research for mind control purposes. He did a lot of research on twins, but they found out exactly how much trauma you could give different people, and before you killed them. What that trauma does is it puts the brain back into a survival mode, and now I have to get into explaining that the popular concept of the brain being one monolithic brain is real deceptive. It's been kept very secret that the human brain, is actually 7 brains. And the first brain of the human mind, the medulla and the pons, is called the reptilian brain because it thinks like a reptilian. And if you're always traumatizing a person, you keep them in their reptilian thinking, where they're survival-based thinking. And survival-based thinking, there's certain characteristics that go along with that thinking. At the very basic level, the trauma can be used to keep somebody within their survival-based thinking. It also creates fear, and there's a whole series of things that spiritually happen to a person when they get caught up in fear. If you think in terms of blackmail, if the listener may remember when he was a child and somebody grabbed your arm and twisted it and said, "Say uncle," and of course your arm hurt because it was being twisted behind your back, and so you gave in. That's a very subtle, not so subtle. That's a very simple type of mind control. And so the trauma and the torture can simply be used in a very simple way to, if you don't comply, it's going to hurt. Men that are slaves get their genitals electroshocked. It's very painful. That's a very simple way of bringing somebody in line. And then, of course, one of the ways that trauma is used is to split the mind, fracture it into thousands of pieces, and to create the multiple personality disorder. That's one of the techniques. You've got
just to stay on the topic of trauma. What is the importance of maintaining that trauma in terms of keeping the conditioning intact and keeping the state of dissociation intact?
They want to maintain a high level of trance and dissociative behavior of the victim, so they like to continue traumatizing the person. But as I just brought out earlier, there's more involved here than just keeping the dissociative level high. You're also trying to maintain the person to stay in the reptilian survival-based thinking. You're also trying to keep them having a spirit of fear controlling their life, so they don't slack off. They train the parents. The parents of the children that are being programmed are secretly trained in how to abuse their children, so that they can help keep their children very dissociative. Not only that, but if the children are going to some established religious institute, like, for instance, if they're going to the Catholic Church or and I could list a whole number of other churches, Episcopalian churches involved in this. Their priests, their clergymen have been trained in how to abuse the children. And this is all encouraged. This is why you have such a big problem, a modern-day problem within the Catholic Church of so many of the priests abusing children, and all of the lawsuits that have been brought against the Catholic Church. Some people have said that they think that it's going to financially bankrupt the church. But the reason why so much of this is going on is for purposes of mind control.
Now, have these priests in these churches, have they been coerced to participate in this, or are they part of these Illuminati families? What's their role?
There are a lot of different reasons as to why someone is a pedophile. One of the problems within the Catholic Church is that there hasn't been normal outlets for sexual activity provided for priests and nuns, and then they're given these subversive, secret ways to release their sexuality. Some of these, some of the priests are actually secret Satanists, and this is part of their, I guess, the reward that they receive for being part of some secret satanic coven. There are various reasons as to why an individual. Some just go along because that's what everybody else is doing, and it's something that's allowed, and until people put their foot down and say we're not going to tolerate this, as long as they can get away with it. And I can talk about a number of cases where people did put their foot down and say we're not going to tolerate this abuse of our child by the clergy, and the hierarchy that should have penalized that clergyman simply promoted them and sent them to some other part of the country.
Mm-hmm.
So why they do it, I guess each person is, God knows why each person is has become an abuser.
Now, can you explain how the dissociation has been used in terms of programming and the structure of that programming?
Well, the victim of the mind control has had their mind split into many personalities, and actually far more personalities than what people in the therapeutic community generally realize. Cisco, who I brought out of the Illuminati, has very standard programming in many ways, although she has unique features to her system of personalities. But she had a very standard 13 by 13 by 13, a grid of alter personalities. Each one of those personalities has been given a separate history, a separate personality, has its own likes, dislikes. And what you've done is you've turned what was one person into a whole city of people. And the only way that the mind of the slave can function is if it relies upon the master to give it some stability. Imagine if your mind was a whole series of competing persons, each with their own ideas and likes and dislikes. The only way to bring some order out of the chaos would be to have some controlling entity controlling that chaos. and so that's some of the slaves that reach the point of actually becoming aware that they are multiples on the deeper levels realize that they need the mind control for their minds not to break down into total craziness. Another way of looking at it is what the Illuminati are doing, are creating controlled insanity, in that for these victims of the mind control to endure the horrific trauma that's given to them, they have to isolate their memories of that trauma, and the parts of the mind that have to pick up some of that trauma, some of those parts, in essence, are I hate to use the word crazy, but they're not able to. They're taking the bad, they're taking the garbage that's happening, and the mind is shuffling it, is isolating it, and if those walls of disassociation break down, then the other parts of the mind are going to have to deal with a lot of garbage.
Well, why do you think they needed so many identities to be put in place?
Well, if you're going to invest the time to create a robot, you want to build in as many capabilities into that robot as possible, and you want to compartmentalize everything so everything's secret. One of the reasons why intelligence agencies function so well, like for instance the CIA, is that they compartmentalize everything. You only know on a need-to-know basis. Well, they do the same with these people's minds. And a slave may function on many different levels. He's got his front, which they create the best front possible. That's his everyday life, or her everyday life. But then they may want to use that person for drug smuggling, money laundering, carrying messages, performing satanic rituals, producing porn movies, assassinating somebody, spying on somebody. You've got all of these different, and then you've got internal jobs too. Again, remember going back to what I said earlier, how the mind has been fractured into many disassociated pieces, and essentially a whole city of people has been made out of those pieces. In order for that city of people to function, you have to have different jobs. You'll have some of the older personalities taking care of baby personalities internally in the person's mind. So you've got functions, you've got gatekeepers, you've got hierarchy alters that are controlling other alters. You've got a hierarchy of personalities. What you're doing is that's a whole, and that's a whole science in itself on how to structure the disassociated parts of the mind.
You mentioned the one structure of programming, the 13 by 13 grid. Were there other structures used that you're aware of?
Oh, yes. Many different structures. It all depends on the whim and fancy of the programmer. As he shatters the victim's mind, he can reassemble that mind however he wants to. He could use a sphere. They create systems within systems, too. A common system that's within a system is the Kabbalistic tree of life.
Mm-hmm. So, do you see similarities in the survivors that you've been working with in terms of the structure?
Oh yes, definitely. That's one of the things is that you'll have a therapist in one state, and they will have not known anything about MPD, and they will DID, and they'll start working with the victim and calling other therapists for help and taking notes. And as the victim will say, well, I drew these pictures. I don't know what they mean. And then the victim will say, and I'm interested in these subjects. I'm fascinated with Star Trek, or I am fascinated with anything to do with the Wizard of Oz, or I'm fascinated with Mickey Mouse. And they'll be telling the therapist all of this, and then the therapist will call some other therapist and say, well, what do you make of this? This person is drawing all these pictures and says they're interested in this, and then if this other therapist is experienced, they may say, oh, well, hey, I've got somebody that's just like that. So all across the country, there are therapists and then people like myself, who's a minister, who are working with these people who are running into the same patterns time and time again, the same structures. So, and of course, like I was saying, working with people that were in the Illuminati, working with people that did the programming itself, has really helped my learning curve, too, in understanding the structures that are built in. Another common structure that you'll see is a lot of mirror imaging. All right, that's more of a technique than a structure. But you'll see.
So what do you mean by that? A mirroring of an altar, or?
Yeah, and mirroring of all kinds of things. Again, that's part of the technique of deceit.
And that's the purpose of using this mirror was just, for example, if a therapist came across one altar, dealt with that, there may have been a mirror of that.
Yeah, a lot of the therapists, when they think that they're actually dealing with a particular personality, they're dealing with its mirror image. The systems are programmed. They're created so that if somebody starts working with them, that there's all these defensive mechanisms that are triggered, and one of the defensive mechanisms is to have mirror image alters take the place of who the therapist is trying to work with. So the therapist thinks they've done something, but they've actually just played games. Mirror images of things within the programming itself, so that when one particular personality tries to work on their mind's programming, the mind is so confusing what they see internally that they can't figure out their own mind. They also use mirror imaging for in terms of let me explain, pull off to the side here and explain something about management. The best manager is somebody who doesn't have to spend a lot of time giving instructions to a person. Now, if you're a slave master and you have to be constantly telling that slave what to do and constantly correcting it and making sure it's doing its job, you become a slave to the slave. What you want to do is to create a human robot that will be self-directing and self-correcting. So they create hierarchies of alters within the person, and one of the things that they do is they create alter personalities within the person's mind who think that they are the programmer themselves. So, like Ewan Cameron, who was a programmer, his victims would have personalities within them that would think that they are Ewan Cameron. And therefore, they would carry out the abuse of other personalities as they would perceive Ewan Cameron would do it. That's one use of mirrors. Another use of mirrors is if you're teaming two slaves together, you'll create personalities. Let's say you and I were to be teamed together. I would have personalities created in me that think that they're you, and you would have personalities created in you that think that they're me. And it would further the binding process.
So, in generally speaking, with people that have been victim of this type of mind control, how many personalities are we talking about in a person?
Lots. Cisco has 30,000 standard alters.
30,000.
And then there's lots of other disassociated pieces too. That would not be abnormal. The therapeutic community in general, the community that's been out, the small part of the therapeutic community that's trying to address DID, they generally work with a few front personalities. You've got a number of books out there by people that have multiple personality disorder, where the therapist came in and worked with 5 or 6 front personalities. The Illuminati sat back and allowed them to integrate some front personalities, and the person was told by the therapist, "You're now integrated, you're fine," and they left therapy, and everybody's happy. The victim thinks that they're free of their MPD. The therapist has made a lot of money and gotten famous over some book that they've written. And the Illuminati's happy because these are just front alters that have been stabilized. These systems of alters are far more complex than people realize.
Now, what are the dangers involved in dealing with therapy with a mind control victim, particularly when a particular therapist may be unaware of the techniques and structures of mind control?
I'd have to caution people that some of the best minds of the 20th century, we have hundreds of some of the best minds, if not thousands of the best minds, have spent many, many years figuring out how to build defensive mechanisms into the minds of these slaves to protect the programming. So in a sense, what it's like is, imagine you're going in to try to hack a computer. The listeners have heard of computer hackers that try to get into other people's programs. Imagine a system that's set up that if somebody who's not an approved user comes into the room and looks at the computer, that the computer shuts down or the computer explodes. That's really what you're looking at in trying to work with a mind control victim, is that they have a lot of suicide programming, so that if the front alters, the personalities that hold the body from day in, day out, if they were to ever find out that they were under mind control or that they're a multiple personality, that they would commit suicide. You have all kinds of defensive programs, and it's just like, not only is the computer programmed to explode if you walk into the room, you touch the keyboard and you're an unauthorized user, again, the computer is programmed to explode. Every step of the way, there are backup programs to deceive, to destroy. It is not easy. It's something that the novice does not want to get into. It's something that takes a lot of time and patience and skill and a lot of love for the victims, too. One has to really abhor what's going on to have the motivation that it takes to work with such a complex problem.
And what would you recommend for therapists wanting to know more about how this is done and how they can help heal the victims?
I'd strongly recommend our 3 books. I've co-authored these 3 books with Cisco Wheeler. The one I already mentioned, the Illuminati Formula Used to Create an Undetectable Total Mind-Controlled Slave. The sequel to that, which is 620 pages, is Deeper Insights into the Illuminati Formula. And the Deeper Insights book its part 1 is on how the control comes about, and its part 2 is how the help comes about. So So we've got a lot of good information in there, laying a foundation for understanding what's happened and how to begin to unravel what's happened.
Now, in terms of your own work, how much success have you had in working with victims of mind control?
There's the problem that the mind control presents is overwhelming, and there are countless therapeutic issues. So there's no end to the different issues that can be worked on. Cisco and I have freely given of our time to help any victim of mind control in whatever way we could. The degree of therapeutic success depends upon a number of things. One, it depends upon the situation that the victim puts themselves in. If they are willing to extract themselves from their everyday life and go somewhere where it's safe, they're going to do a lot more. They're going to be able to work on a lot more therapeutic issues. The reason why is because the mind of a mind-controlled slave is not going to let its guard down as long as it's not safe. And this gets back into understanding how the reptilian mind or the survival-based thinking can override other areas of the mind. When you become deathly frightened for your life, your survival instincts take precedence over the other parts of your brain. If you've been traumatized your entire life, your survival-based thinking is your primary method of thinking, and it doesn't take much to throw you into that fear-based, survival-based thinking. So the first criteria for doing successful work with a mind control victim is to get them someplace safe. You could say that 99.99% of the victims of mind control have never been given that. Therapists do not set things up for survivors or victims of mind control to be in any safe situation. When I say safe, I mean they have to be safe 24 hours. So we have, Cisco and I have been able to work on victims to the degree that the situation allowed. But there's no end to the work that we could do if the right situation, the right setup was presented itself. This is why I was hoping to create a deprogramming center. There was a man who was CIA who was very horrified at what the intelligence agencies, the government, has been doing to people. And I have a friend who this CIA man knew, who also works at providing therapy for mind control victims. And this CIA man wrote into his will to give a number of millions of dollars to my friend for the purpose of doing therapy work with mind control victims. And then my friend in turn was going to give me a couple $1 million so that I could start a deprogramming center. This man's will, when he died, was in the Oklahoma City Federal Building, and the only copy that we know about of his will was in the Federal Building when it exploded. So I was rather upset when that Federal Building exploded because that short-circuited our plans to build a couple deprogramming centers. Short of building someplace that's safe and that's staffed with a staff of competent people, it is extremely difficult to accomplish much. Even when I can't have accomplished positive therapy with a victim, all that it takes for the other side to do is to physically grab them and to reprogram them. So, and I'm saying this of what's happened for me over the past few years in terms of trying to help victims, and as a warning to the public and the therapeutic community at large that at this point not a whole lot is really being accomplished to thwart the mind control. Even when I can't have accomplished positive therapy with a victim, all that it takes for the other side to do is to physically grab them and to reprogram them. So, and I'm saying this of what's happened for me over the past few years in terms of trying to help victims, and as a warning to the public and the therapeutic community at large that at this point not a whole lot is really being accomplished to thwart the mind control.
Now in the optimal situation, to what degree have you been able to free the victims of the control?
Given the optimal situation where we have someone who's safe, we can take down the mind control. There's not a we can do some serious restructuring and do some really make some serious headway in helping a person. We can do some significant spiritual work with them. There can be some integrating work begun. There's all kinds of things that can happen. On the flip side of it, is the work ever finished? I don't believe that the work is ever finished because the damage that has been done is so extensive, and you never know as a therapist that you have succeeded in finding every disassociated fragment of the mind. Remember that there are thousands of fragments of the mind because the traumatization is so prolonged over so many years and it's so horrific that you can never be sure that you've gotten all of the disassociated pieces, and each of those disassociated pieces is probably going to have programming attached to it.
Now, what's your sense of how many people have been affected by this?
A very conservative estimate, or I shouldn't even say estimate because I've computed it from about 7 different angles. A very conservative figure is 2 million Americans have been programmed with trauma-based total mind control.
Oh, God. And that's just in the United States?
Yes.
And is it your sense that this is going on worldwide?
Oh, yeah, it is. But more with your primary political powers. You've got programming going on in Europe, Russia, the United States. Those are your primary areas of programming, but in other places too.
I'd like to talk about some of the other techniques now of mind control. How has electricity played a role?
Electric shock has been a standard part of the abuse, and
so it serves as another form of trauma?
Yeah, and then stun guns are used. Stun guns are a standard item to keep the slaves in line and also to erase their memories. They might use perhaps 120,000 DC volt stun gun to erase and compartmentalize, fragment the memories of a slave who's just been used. When you shock a person, it destroys the short-term memory, it fragments it 24 hours either way of the event. They can also use the shock treatments like you and Cameron to splinter the mind, and that's electroshock. And then electricity has been used in terms of implements or devices that have been implanted into people, and also used in equipment that will throw thoughts into a person's mind. You've got microwave towers going up, vectoring in ELF waves into people's minds. So electricity is being used in a lot of high-tech ways, or electromagnetic waves are being used in a lot of high-tech ways. And they've got their different machines. They've got a method called EDM, electronic dissolution of memory, where they wipe out your memory. They've got harmonic machines that are used that as you probably had some of your speakers talk about, the harmonic machines could be used for the deprogramming work too. Electricity is also used in the flip way, in that since the human brain gives off frequencies, they go in and they look at, they scan a person's personal frequencies that they're giving off. There's what's called a prime freq, which is the primary frequency that a person gives off, and that can be used to identify them from a distance. They know the different frequencies that the brain uses. I guess coming at it from a different angle, if you think of the brain as giving off, when it creates a particular thought, it gives off particular frequencies. What they did was they simply created particular thoughts within a person and monitored what electrical impulses went along with that thought, fed that into computers. I'm kind of simplifying what they did, but basically that's what they've done to decode being able to read what the brain is thinking. So if you monitor the frequencies that are being given off of a person, then you can monitor what their thoughts are. And so not only can you throw particular thoughts into people's heads, but you can monitor their thoughts too electronically. But a lot of the monitoring and instilling of thoughts, etc., are being done with implants.
Yeah, I'd like to talk specifically about that, but before we get there, just back to the electroshock, and you mentioned that it's used to erase memory, perhaps, of the identity of the people doing the programming, but don't they run the risk of erasing the programming themselves? How do they deal with that? If they use...
This gets back into understanding how the programming is put in and the level that it's put in. Remember we talked about disassociated states.
Mm-hmm.
The primary programming that's put in is put in a comatose level. It gets back in when there are different levels that you can program somebody to.
Mm-hmm.
If you start out with an adult, for instance, the CIA's nomenclature is mind control level 5. Somebody who's been given mind control to the 5th level, generally there's some cover story like, for Roseanne Barr, she had an automobile accident supposedly as a teenager. But they take these people in and they're taken down to a comatose level where their bodies are comatose for quite a long period of time. And the programming is put in as an extremely deep level. It's put in at a level that is the level of where your mind is regulating your heartbeat. So the programming is put in at an extreme. It's nested in an extremely deep level. So electroshocking a person is the way they go about electroshocking and destroying the short-term memory. That's not even coming close to the deep programs. That's just affecting the short-term memory.
Have they deliberately regulated the amount of electricity and in terms of to get a particular desired effect?
Oh, yeah. Everything is extremely scientific. This is why they had to do a lot of the horrific testing during World War II in the concentration camps, is that you just don't traumatize a person indiscriminately. You kill them. You have to know what you're doing. And they have doctors and they have heart monitoring equipment and everything. The fundamental programming is done in hospital settings or hospital-type settings. That's why a lot of the VA hospitals here in the United States, actually all of the VA hospitals here in the United States have been used for programming, and a lot of the other civilian hospitals have also been had particular wards set up where they were able to do programming. Because they're monitoring the people's heartbeat. They know just how far to push them. When they start going into a near-death experience, they know exactly when they can electroshock them to bring them back to life, etc. It's very skilled what they do. They have to be very skilled in the drugs that they give, how they give the drugs, when they give the drugs, what they do when the person's under drugs. It's not this programming's not haphazard.
So a lot of experimentation has gone into refining these techniques.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Now, I wonder if you can tell us if you know anything about the development of brain implant technology and how that's been used for mind control.
Okay. There's 6 different types of implants. You've got audio implants that are used to allow the victim to hear something. And you have body manipulation implants that are put in to manipulate the body in some way, perhaps to release a hormone or to keep them from getting pregnant or to torture them or something like that. And then you've got a visual holographic implant, which will give a visual holographic image to the person. You've got implants that are mimics or brain link implants that if I want to directly download something to the brain, those are very secret, and they're again, when we get into the implant, as I sit here and discuss the implants are not used across the board with all mind-controlled slaves. It's something that's, there are select groups that are receiving the implants, and And like the Mimex implants are only going to a select group. Then you've got your torture and your muscle stimulating implants that are put in to stimulate the muscles. And then the one that everybody hears about, which are your tracking and ID implants that everybody is so concerned about. Those are the type of implants that were given to a lot of American soldiers in Desert Storm. They were told that they needed implants so that the global positioning system could keep track of them so they wouldn't get lost in the desert.
I'm curious about the actual implants themselves and in terms of how they're implanted and approximately the size through the development of the technology.
Okay, the development has gotten really high tech. You've got several types of developments here that need to be brought out. One, you've got what's called nanobots. This is nanotechnology, which are tiny little robots that range from 10 to 1,000th billionth of a meter. In other words, the word nano means 1 billionth. We're talking extremely microscopic robots here that are able to replicate themselves.
So we're talking like molecular size.
Yeah,
almost.
molecular size robots. And possibly the listeners have heard of the scanning tunneling microscope. There's different names for it, but it's a little device that can actually see a single atom and actually pick up atoms and move them. And that's used to develop these nanobots, which are robots that can self-replicate. You've got fiber optics that have been developed, and you'll have some victims that if they get rid of their fiber optic, the fiber optic that will be stuck into them oftentimes looks like a hair.
Now, what typically are these fiber optic implants used for?
Good question. I wish I really knew the answer for that. Fiber optic glass then will carry signals. So in broad, I can say that the fiber optic implants that they're using are being used to transmit signals. I know that much. But I don't know all the ins and outs of what kind of signals are being sent. I have one victim of mind control who's she's been sitting in a restaurant, and they have, it's sort of like analogous to a blow gun, where they have hit her with something that looks just like a little hair. It's a little fiber optic filament that embeds itself in her skin. And so while she's sitting there eating, they have shot this filament of fiber optic filament into her. And fortunately, she noticed that they had done this and pulled it out. I had victims that were female that had fiber optics that were disguised as hair that were put on their bodies. I don't know the full role of the fiber optics, but I know that it's involved in communication. One of the more dangerous developments are your organic bioprocessors, and these are molecular computers that are made off of DNA material. You've got DNA templates, and you can also have carbon chains that are used. And what they do is with this biomaterial that's made into a mini computer, they'll link that to a virus. And viruses oftentimes have a particular area of the body that they like to migrate to. For instance, a neurotropic virus will migrate to the nervous system, or a dermatropic virus will migrate to the skin, and pneumotropic virus would go to the lungs. So they attach their little organic bioprocessor to this virus. And how do you get a virus into a person? Well, there's a dozen different ways. I mean, it's real easy to get a virus into the victim's body, the host's body. And so once these viruses migrate to that area of the body that they prefer, you've got a tiny little implant that then is doing whatever its function is that it's been programmed to do. These are extremely difficult to locate. Then I've noticed in victims that have these type of virus implants that there'll be like a central control implant, a lot of times put in the bottom base of the neck, which will, the central command implant will be receiving external signals and then will in turn monitor this bodysuit of implants. Some victims of these implants seem to have gotten some relief from being able to kill the viruses. So there's some alternative medical methods which might be suggested to victims that could take out these bioprocessors.
For some of the larger implants, have victims been able to locate and remove these kind of implants somehow, or?
Yes, there's been a number of victims that have identified, have been able to take X-rays, have been able to get other types of scanning mechanisms. I have one. There were 3 victims of electronic mind control that managed to, as a group, get into an anechoic chamber and get results from an anechoic chamber, which pinpointed where their signals were coming from. They had to smuggle the paperwork from the lab out in their bras because the lab technicians were afraid of getting into trouble. There's different victims of electronic mind control have managed to get some proof or have actually pulled some of it out. There are some doctors that have some of the implants. There are a few clean surgeons that are willing to help victims that have pulled out implants. I might mention the word Syntel here. That's an important word for people to be familiar with in understanding implants. Syntel is something that's been discussed by our government repeatedly in some of their conferences. You'll hear the military in some of their semi-secret conferences discussing Syntel. That's short for synthetic telepathy, which means sending to victims voices and thoughts. So these victims of Syntel are people that are receiving voices and thoughts electronically.
And that seems to be able to be used in a couple of different ways in terms of control, but also in terms of the situation with people claiming that they're hearing voices is often they get labeled schizophrenic or psychotic, and it
really double binds these people.
Right. It seems to be a way of discrediting these people.
Right, and there's something that was developed and used during the space program, which is called biomedical telemetry. These are transmitter and receivers that are located at the base of the skull often, which record the body functions and the brain waves and send it back to some computer somewhere. In fact, in working with victims of electronic mind control, I can say with certainty that what's being done is that there's computers that are programmed with artificial intelligence that are their handlers. Rather than having a human handler day in, day out, 3 shifts of human handlers controlling the victim of electronic mind control, They have computers with AI. And then if the victim does something that throws the computer will will signal a human handler to come and get involved. But it's been kind of interesting, the stories that some of the victims have told me on how they outsmarted the computers or threw the computers that were trying to handle them for a loop. But when they've done that, then they've gotten human handlers step in to handle the situation.
Now, I'd like to talk about, and you've mentioned the name Joseph Mengele. What role did Joseph Mengele play in developing mind control?
He's like the father of modern programming. Prior to Joseph Mengele, the Illuminati had created multiple personalities, but the training of those personalities had been non-scientific. He worked a lot with twins. He worked a lot with understanding trauma and how to use trauma. One of the ways, again, that I haven't mentioned, there's so much involved in all of this, is if somebody is about to die and they're rescued by their programmer, they trauma bond with that programmer. And so he learned how to trauma bond his victims to him. A lot of victims of his mind control in Israel and other places in the world still refer to him as Papa. They love him. And if the programmer knows what he's doing, he can trauma bond that victim to where that victim totally loves the programmer.
It's kind of like the Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah. So he was taking programming into the world of science. And in January 1945, when it was very clear that the Nazis were going to lose, the Illuminati smuggled him out and brought him to the West, where he continued doing programming. I've worked with a number of his victims, of his mind control victims. One of the persons that I worked with, a lady here in this area, was actually in a concentration camp with Mengele as a child, was experimented on and watched those horrors, and had mind control done in the concentration camps, and then was smuggled via the rat line through your country, Canada, came through the Catholic Church, people within the Catholic Church that was collaborating with all of this nonsense, brought her through Quebec, and then from Quebec to Portland. And then Joseph Mengele continued his mind control here in the States.
Was Mengele involved in mind control experiments previous to World War II?
I don't believe so. He was in the Illuminati. He was his family's Illuminati family. But I don't have any knowledge of him doing it prior. That, of course, I don't know the whole story there. So, but there was some reason as to why he was chosen for the position that he received, and so there may be more to the story than I know.
Now, it appears that a lot of experimentation was done on the victims of the Holocaust. You've mentioned trauma experiments, and what other kinds of experiments were done as they relate to mind control technology?
One of the things that Mengele was doing, and his friend Ewan Cameron continued this, was experimentation on eye pigmentation. And one might say, well, what's that got to do with mind control? Well, like I said earlier, this type of mind control is a total control. The mind, body, and spirit of the victim is totally controlled. So it's far more extensive than people would imagine. It's this type of mind control controls such things as regulates the heartbeat of the victim and a lot of other things. That's why the suicide programming can be so powerful. So he started this pigmentation experimentation, which you and Cameron, by the way, Joseph Mengele, when he came to the United States, was known by the programming name Dr. Green, and Ewan Cameron was known as Dr. White within the Illuminati circles and within victim circles. Cisco, who I brought out of the Illuminati, her father was known as Dr. Black.
And you're saying that Cameron and Mengele were associates and friends?
Oh, yeah. Where Cisco would occasionally see these men, Dr. Green and Dr. White, and her father, Dr. Black, and then there was a Dr. Blue. She would see these men meet at her father's house out here on the West Coast. They would come together and they would discuss with themselves, their programming successes and methodologies, and network and talk with each other. They were all grandmasters within the Illuminati. But Mengele spent a lot of time traveling worldwide, all over, not just here in the Northwest. Cameron tended to work on the East Coast. Of course, as you're well familiar, the Rockefellers Foundation gave him $40,000 back in 1943 to create the Allen Memorial Institute. So even before Mengele came to this country, Cameron was already part of their Illuminati system.
So did you and Cameron have a particular role within the development of mind control technology? I understood he specialized in electroshock and went around the country teaching other psychiatrists on methods of electroshock. Was that his role, or was it a more broader role then?
They were all working at how to refine the whole thing. And these were your top-of-the-line programmers. Mengele was really, like I say, the father of it all, and he taught a lot of what he knew to Dr. White and Dr. Black and Dr. Blue. Mengele was the one who had the opportunity to experiment on a lot of people, and
through the Holocaust.
in a situation where he had thousands of people that he could do whatever he wanted to with, which he did, all kinds of weird, sadistic things. Cameron was it's both operational and experimental, and let me explain what I mean there. Is that if you'll look at how the military or science works, when they discover something that's workable, they'll take that information and they'll put it in, make a new technology out of it, but they'll continue experimenting to improve upon what they've done. So at the same time that Cameron was using electroshock to split the minds of his victims, he was also looking for ways to refine what they were doing. And eventually they came back and after several decades and looked at the results of the different programming, and they took the best programming scripts and the best methodologies and upgraded their programming in general. The programming that's being done today is far more sophisticated and works is far more refined than what they were working on at the time, what they were operationally carrying out at the time.
Now, what special significance did twins have for Mengele?
Well, first, if you're going to do a scientific experiment, you know that you have to have a control group. And so how do you get a control group for experimentation on humans? You need twins, and you need thousands of them. So Mengele experimented on thousands of twins. That was one of the benefits of being within the Nazi concentration camp system. As the groups of people came through, he had his subordinates indicate which people were identical twins. And most of the twins that he worked on died because he was beyond sadistic. And that's the significance of using twins is that it's a nice control group. Also, they were developing methods to how to bond people, and he was learning how to artificially twin people. Remember, I mentioned earlier how Cisco had been teamed with 3 other people that also have been escaping from the Illuminati. They were all twinned together. They had an artificial twinning done to them.
Is that similar to what you were describing before about the mirroring?
Yes, that's part of it. The twinning incorporates all of the 12 sciences of mind control, just like all the rest of the programming. So it's the twinning is pretty sophisticated in itself.
Now, to your awareness, did the German Nazis use mind control operatives in World War II?
Oh, yes.
What
they
examples?
Were using them from the early 30s. I know of the Germans created, and the Germans and the British both were creating multiples for intelligence work and assassination and so forth, clear back into the early 30s. Prior to World War II breaking out, the Nazis, being very foresighted, brought Germans to the United States that were trained multiple personalities, and they created a settlement of them in Upper New York State, and that group of people continues to live as a group of people in Upper New York State. These people, these multiples that they infiltrated into our country, that immigrated to our country, had altars that were programmed to assassinate by sticking picks into people in key places in the body and things like that. And they had these people infiltrated in with the idea that if Germany ever would manage to go to war and defeat the United States, that these people would be in place to help them. So that's an example of how the Nazis very early on, after they took control of Germany, began implementing the use of multiple personalities.
Is there any indication that the United States government had used mind control operatives in World War II?
I have not found any indication that they used programmed multiples, but remember that the leadership of our country was in the hands of the Illuminati down through our history. Remember, I was talking to you about how our presidents, to a large degree, are related to each other. A lot of people don't realize how related they are. For instance, Ulysses S. Grant, who was our 18th president, he was related to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Roosevelt was from the Delano family, which is an ancient aristocratic family that goes back to Venice. Well, Ulysses Grant was related via the Delano family. His great-grandmother was Susanna Delano. Ulysses S. Grant was also from the Collins family. And in one of my videotapes that I've made that the public can purchase, where I give a good overview of all of these things for 2.5 hours, I go into the Ulysses Grant family and how they tie in with the Illuminati. And one of the reasons I do that is because Cisco is a descendant of the Ulysses Grant bloodline. She's a descendant of the Collins bloodline. That was her ticket into the Illuminati, was that she was part of the Collins family. And so a lot of our presidents, as I've said previously, tie back into these Illuminati bloodlines, and a lot more than people realize. And so you had multiple personalities in our government during World War II. But it wasn't until Mengele came over that the Illuminati had somebody with the scientific sophistication to really get into scientifically programming people. The benefit that we received from Mengele was that, and these other Operation Paperclip German scientists that they brought over, was not just that they helped us with space research, but they also helped our government learn how to program innocent children.
Now, I'd like to talk about, change the topic a little bit. How has popular culture been used for programming, and why has it been used?
There are different levels that you lock a person into control. One is to control their milieu, to control their environment. And that's one reason why it's extremely difficult for me to talk about all of these issues, is because they build a person's frame of reference from the time that they're little. So I ask people, well, who built your frame of reference? Who built your worldview? See, from the time you were little, establishment groups, like establishment churches, establishment schools, and so forth, have been steering your education, and so there isn't any frame of reference for people to hang the information that that I would like to give them. And so, if you don't have a way to if you don't have any frame of reference to understand any of this information, it's hard to break free of the control. So by controlling information and by controlling what society does, they steer society as a whole. The schools are used, entertainment, Hollywood is used, everything. The programming that a person will receive will use the items of their everyday life to control them. For instance, Cisco, when she was a little child, was taught to smoke by her father, who was a programmer. He was her master. And with every puff, every time she inhaled on her cigarette, she was to think about how much he loved her. And then when she exhaled, she was also to think a programming thought. So the very act of smoking reinforced the mind control. They'll take buildings that are in the area that the mind-controlled slave lives in, and they'll use those to reinforce the programming. They'll use many common items within the slave's everyday life to reinforce the programming messages that they layer in.
Maybe we can talk specifically about one film and set of books that seems to come up in a lot of survivors' programming, and that's The Wizard of Oz. How has that been used?
The Wizard of Oz is one of the standard programming scripts that's been used. A lot of people don't realize that L. Frank Baum actually wrote 14 Wizard of Oz books. He wrote The Tin Woodsman of Oz, that was a book, Glinda of Oz, The Land of Oz, Ozma of Oz. And actually, the books were used more in the programming than the movie. If one goes through and looks at the books, and I extracted some of the programming scripts and put them in the Volume 2 book so that people could see how Frank Baum, who was part of the occult world, how his books were, whether they were specifically written for mind control or not, they certainly fit in beautifully with creating mind-controlled scripts. So the movie then would reinforce the scripts that were put in.
And would these scripts be used mainly for manipulating the reality of the identities being programmed? Or?
Yeah, most of the personalities that are created within a mind-controlled slave do not live in reality. They live in fictional worlds, and they work off of scripts. For instance, if I was going to have a particular personality pick up drugs, they may hypnotically see the person handing them the bag of drugs as the White Rabbit, and they might see the bag as some treats or something. They live in a total fictional world, and since these personalities only hold the body at isolated points in time, they don't have any cohesive life in which to challenge the hypnotic programming script that they're given. And they live in their entire lives in trance. So these scripts are very important to use to control these personalities that live in their fictional worlds.
Can you give some other examples of popular culture that have been used for programming?
Batman, Bewitched, your Disney movies. In fact, one of the very important Disney movies was Fantasia. And in my recent book, Deeper Insights, I have 11 pages where I go through, and I go minute by minute through the movie Fantasia, and I go, scene by scene, and show how Fantasia was created and is used to be a programming foundation. Your Star Wars movies, My Fair Lady, which was used in their finishing schools for slaves. Then we mentioned, of course, The Wizard of Oz, Stephen King horror movies are used. Did I mention Star Trek? No, Star Trek's a big one. A Love Boat has been used for the mind control of their cruise prostitutes. They use the movie E.T. for their alien programming of their slaves.
All of these
Alice
things.
in Wonderland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
All of these are really prominent in our culture, and I'm wondering what the effect of somebody that has been programmed by using some of these elements, the effect of seeing that again on television or in a movie theater.
Well, it helps lock in the control and just emphasizes the hopelessness. You have a mind-controlled slave who's living in a whole culture that's controlled by these people. Why would their mind ever think of trying to get free? Their spirit's been broken when they were a little child, and then everywhere they look, they see the control and the programming.
So that's not to say that some of these TV programs or films have been deliberately made with mind control in mind, but that they have been used by the programmers.
Deliberate is more accurate.
So you feel that some of these expressions of culture have been deliberately made?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. Yeah.
And have you looked into the background of the people that are responsible for producing?
Yes, for instance, DuckTale cartoons, which is put on by Disney, it was deliberate triggers for the children that are put in there. Deliberate advertisements, deliberate triggers in the advertisements, deliberate messages and codes. Yeah, and in my most recent book, Deeper Insights, I spend about 50 pages going into Disney and who Disney was, what did they do behind the scenes, and what their movies are all about. Like I've already mentioned, Fantasia has been a very prominent standard foundational programming film. And then if you look in some of their films, for instance, look at in Beauty and the Beast, you'll see an enchanted mantle clock, or you'll see in the character Doorknob, where you have a doorknob portrayed as a person. That's in their cartoon Alice in Wonderland. Those particular things, a person being a doorknob, an altar within a person's system will be shown that film, that part of the film, and be that part of the mind will be made to believe that they were a doorknob. And these are specifically creatively put into these films for those reasons.
So some of these altars that are created are not even animate or people. They can be inanimate objects, and
they can be anything, and a lot of them are. There's only a few of the front altars of an altar system will realize that they're human. The rest will have been dehumanized.
And you've gone into in the book that I have, the Illuminati Formula, quite a bit about Star Trek. What have you learned about the technical manuals published, technical manuals of Star Trek that have been published?
Okay. Well, I've observed program multiples, some that have been treated and some untreated, who are totally obsessed with everything that is involved with Star Trek. And then an ex-assistant programmer, I should say, whose name I can't reveal, but has given me some information, gave me information on the Star Trek programming. So then after I received this programming, after I received this information on the programming, then I could sit and confirm it by my own observations of watching multiples that have Star Trek programming. Over the years, a number of highly technical manuals on Star Trek equipment and themes have been published. And if you look at these manuals, they're most amazing, because the only way to explain, or the best way of explaining all the money and time that was spent to develop these complex manuals, is that they're serving a mind-controlled purpose. And, of course, knowing how the programming's put in, I know why they were done a certain way, because for me it's real obvious how things have been developed to create programming scripts to assist in the programming of slaves. Along this line, it's kind of interesting that Boeing plant in Seattle has a whole lot of tunnels underneath it, and some of those tunnels are used for programming. It's interesting that somebody that worked at Boeing was telling me how workers would, on a normal day, it was standard for them to sneak off to go into the underground tunnels and watch Star Trek movies. So I thought that was interesting, that in a place where they were carrying out mind control, that the employees were regularly, it was a regular tradition for them to sneak off and to go into hiding and watch Star Trek movies.
Can you talk just describe the technical manuals and the level of technical detail that they went into?
They have maps of the universe, and where a Milky Way galaxy map could be used would be as you're splintering the mind of a mind control victim, and you're looking for some kind of a pattern to restructure it, you would use something like a galaxy map to recreate their mind. You'd have star clusters, planets, and what you could do is when you wanted to have a whole group of alters, personalities that would only relate to themselves, you can put them on one planet, and then the only way that alters could communicate from one planet to another would be through some type of beam me up type of thing, and where you would be beamed would be actually, you would be disassociated and going into trance. So you got your different locomotion devices that are built into the system, which are actually methods for the mind going into disassociation. And when you're electroshocking somebody and they're seeing flashes of light hit them as the electroshock hits them, you can tell the person that they're traveling through space or who knows what. You've got different scripts that you can build in. The technical manuals will have section indexes, and as they structure the mind-controlled slaves, they build sections, and then those sections are coded, and so you'll find these technical manuals have number codes to them, very technical number codes. You'll see color codes, where things within the technical manuals are receiving color coding, and the color coding is another aspect of the mind control all the way through. Remember I talked about a 13 by 13 by 13 grid within Cisco's system. If you want to add another dimension to your cube, then you add color coding, and you color code certain alters with a certain color code, and then you've created yet another dimension to your cube. Each of your alters typically will receive a color code, and that ties back in. The color coding of a alter ties back into computers that are built within their minds, and these computers are built by taking disassociated parts of the mind and making them into pieces of a computer. So they build in computers that control each section, and then those computers are in turn controlled by deeper computers. It's very complex, but you can certainly see when you look at the technical manuals that they have put together for the Star Trek themes that they dovetail perfectly with what the programming needs are.
Now, these things are purportedly of just the paraphernalia items to a very limited market, just hardcore Trekkies, I would think.
Yeah.
And the price tag of what they sell for seems to be incongruent with the amount of work that's gone into making these. Exactly.
That was my thought, because my dad was an engineer, and I've looked over a lot of drafting projects. I worked for Federal Highway Administration for a while, so I know the type of engineering work that would go into building a highway, and I was just amazed at the technical detail and the engineering and the graphics and everything that would go into these technical manuals for something that's totally just a fiction. It's just a movie. Mm-hmm. We're not talking about something that's real life.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Now, since we're talking about movies, I'd like to ask you, what has Hollywood's involvement been in mind control slavery?
Well, one has to understand that the Illuminati and the mob have controlled Hollywood. Another aspect of this is that a lot of your slaves are actors. For instance, Roseanne Barr, who I mentioned earlier, Madonna, Marilyn Monroe. Each of these women was a program to multiple. So you have a lot of slaves who are acting for them, and one of the benefits of having program multiples is because the way their minds have been structured, some of them are very good at memorizing scripts or getting into fictional roles. And then, as I mentioned earlier, some of the movies like Fantasia and Walt Disney, and Disneyland itself was a programming center. It was more than just that they put out movies that were for programming, but they actually created a lot of these movies with the codes. Another one that I didn't mention is I Dream of Jeannie, which is the Delta Alter Genie programming in it, like with the trigger, your wish is my command. But then another aspect of Hollywood that comes in here is there are fictional movies, or at least they purport to be fictional movies, which are actually showing, amazingly, top secret Illuminati ceremonies and Illuminati history or Illuminati methods. It's really blown me away to watch some of these things. Hellraiser 3 shows gatekeepers. Watch the book Bell, Book, and Candle, or Curse of the Voodoo. That not only do they show Illuminati ceremonies, but some of these movies actually show the mind control. And I would recommend that the listeners, if they wanted to learn more, watch the Charles Bronson movie Telephone, or you could watch the Manchurian Candidate or Videodrome, Labyrinth. I go into explaining how Labyrinth is a programming script in the Volume 2 book. Transfer 2, The Attack of the Robots, The Attack of the Puppet People, and we could go on and on. That Jane Fonda's Bridget starred in a movie, The Point of No Return, and that connects in with the OTO. OTO, that's just some of the listeners may know, that's one of the occult fronts
Mm-hmm.
of the very high up, powerful occult organization that's involved with the Illuminati and mind control.
Now, what do you think is the purpose of having mind control slaves in the Hollywood industry in terms of the impact on the public? What are they trying to accomplish with these films, and are they manipulating these actors in some way to have some effect on the public?
There's manipulation in many different ways. I guess this one thing that I could say that builds upon your last question and also helps answers your current question is Anton LaVey, for instance, who was head of the Church of Satan, the late Anton LaVey. He was a mind control programmer, and he was very close with Hollywood. But by using him in Hollywood as an advisor to a movie and in other ways, he was an underground. He tied in with some underground filmmaking too. By him being connected with Hollywood, it gave him legitimacy. Another person that also connected in some with Hollywood, that was also connected with Anton LaVey, was Michael Aquino, who connected in with military intelligence, was a military intelligence officer, and he was another programmer. And he was in charge of a satanic organization, the Temple of Set.
Which was an offshoot of Anton LaVey's Church of Satan.
Aquino was one of LaVey's henchmen until he formed his own organization.
And Michael Aquino has been implicated in the Presidio daycare child abuse scandal as well.
Yeah, the very disgusting person, like the rest of these programmers. And then another tie-in here with Hollywood and these people is Kenneth Anger. Kenneth Anger was a member of LaVey's group, and he was a filmmaker. And he is also someone who was infatuated with Aleister Crowley. Kenneth Anger danced with Shirley Temple and when he was a child. And Shirley Temple, of course, as you know, ties in with Walt Disney. Shirley Temple ties in with the mind control, too. I believe she was a victim. There's something that they do to the children. It's called brainstem scarring, and when they scar the brainstem, they create photographic memories. Anyway, that's a whole other subject. But I believe that this child prodigy, Shirley Temple, was also one of their mind control victims, and that was prior to World War II. So she was, I believe, a multiple.
Yeah, I wonder if you could just explain briefly how you think that works in terms of damaging the brainstem and having that affect the memory abilities.
Well, an analogy would be like when somebody does weightlifting. The idea of lifting weights is that you're destroying the muscles, and then the body overcompensates for the destruction and builds the muscles bigger the next time around. Or like calluses, you damage your skin, so your body overcompensates and builds calluses. When your brainstem is electronically scarred, the body overcompensates and rebuilds the brainstem in such a way that you have a photographic memory. So then if you've scarred somebody's brainstem to start with, and then you traumatize them so that their mind splits into multiple personalities, each of those personalities generally takes on the characteristic of its predecessor and is a photographic memory.
Now, it seems that would be very useful in terms of what some of the uses that they had for these operatives in terms of espionage. Was that a common technique used in the conditioning, the scarring of the brainstem, to create photographic memory?
It is now. During the 1930s, when they were creating multiples, they knew that trauma itself helped mental abilities. So there were a lot of even just scientists who weren't part of the Illuminati that were traumatizing their kids to improve their thinking abilities. It's really a warped way of thinking, but there is some efficacy to the methodology.
Now, just to jump back to the culture industries and how they've been involved, how has the music industry been involved in mind control?
Oh boy, good question. That takes us back to World War II, when, as you know, first the United Kingdom and then Canada and then our country was entirely mobilized for the war effort. And they mobilized Hollywood, recruited Hollywood for the war effort. So the American military hired all of these entertainers for the USO camp shows. And that USO was placed under the Special Services Division of the U.S. Army. Well, they brought in people like Bob Hope, who was working for MI6. Bob Hope's very skilled with mind control. And they used the USO shows to... Now, understand, you had earlier asked me, was the United States using program multiples? The United States was using mind control during World War II, but not the type of program multiplicity that Mengele had developed. But they even, during World War II, were using the USO magicians to pass coded messages to the troops, to say things and do things for their intelligence work. What group of people can move from one military unit to another without causing suspicion of the enemy? Well, it's your entertainers. So they used the entertainers for their American and British intelligence.
So they would be used to pass messages to people in the know, or...
Yes, right. And Bob Hope was an intelligence operative for British intelligence, and so that's one reason why he was used in the USO so much. Well, the USO created about 200 bands, at least 200 bands, I should say. For instance, a lot of the bands that we know of now, Guy Lombardo's Lawrence Welk's band, Sam Donahue's band, these were all created in the USO program. So when the USO program ceased at the end of World War II, you have this whole industry, music industry, that was basically created by the intelligence organizations, that's heavily infiltrated or heavily salted with their intelligence operatives. So it was a natural thing for the CIA, which, you know, was created out of the OSS, a natural thing for the CIA and NSA to continue to use the music industry as it had been used in World War II for intelligence purposes. So our entire music industry here in the United States is actually just an intelligence front for the Illuminati.
I know you've written specifically a lot about the country music industry. I wonder if you can talk about that that industry's involvement.
Okay, and I'm not trying to single out country western music. Some people might think, well, Fritz has it in for country western music. No, I actually enjoy a lot of the country western music. So I don't have anything against that particular brand or that particular industry. I mean, the rock and roll music industry is also heavily used and ties in with the mind control too. But country western the country music industry, like with the songs, a lot of the songs are deliberately written for programming, but the songs evoke thoughts of some of them of God, of country. So you've got your front there. You have to understand how these people work. They try to play upon things that we get knee-jerk reactions to. If I sing a song about God, how can anybody accuse me of being bad? You know, if I sing patriotic songs, how can anyone accuse me of not being a good person? I sing about God and country. So you look at the front that they create, and then they do what they want to behind that front. There's a lot of people. The whole country western industry is just part and parcel of this mind control, and it's part and parcel of drug running. Because these country western singers travel from one city to another, they're the perfect vehicle for moving drugs. So they're very important part of the Illuminati's drug running.
And in your book, you've alleged that a lot of the leading country music figures are involved in these activities.
Yes, some of them are victims of the mind control. Some of them are abusers of the mind control. Some of them are programmers. One of the worst mind control programmers within the industry is Jerry Lee Lewis. He's got a very bad reputation. He's infamous among victims of mind control for being extremely sadistic programmer. When slaves manage to escape, they're very oftentimes sent to Jerry Lee Lewis. And his cousin happens to be, as a lot of listeners know, a minister, and is also ties in with this as a program to multiple.
Now, do you feel that the use of popular culture and these entertainment industries serves another purpose in terms of preconditioning society as a whole, or manipulating social beliefs?
Oh yeah, definitely. The whole long-range goal of this, and when I say long-range, it's not going to take them long to get us there at the rate that they're going. The whole end goal of all of this is to eventually create an entire planet of mind control slaves that can be controlled by one supercomputer. And so they're manipulating our thoughts and our attitudes and steering us, hurting us. They consider us animals. The Illuminati consider themselves God-men, and us to be the animals. They're hurting us in the direction that they want us to go. So yeah, the music is definitely playing a role in dehumanizing us, conditioning us, as well as a lot of mind control triggers and messages are passed via the singing. And I give the in both of the Volume 2 book and in the Deeper Insights book, I spend quite a few pages going into the codes and the triggers, and I spend several pages explaining what the different songs that are played over the radio, how they're used in triggering mind-controlled slaves.
Again, I guess it's part of that having a culture permeated with these kind of triggers that just reinforces the programming for the victims.
Right, and if they're going to announce, if they're going to have their program slaves go to a ritual, there's what's song? There's a Heartache Tonight. Heartache Tonight. That's the song that they will play over some radio stations. And if I'm a mind-controlled slave and Friday night I hear it's a Heartache Tonight over the radio, I may be programmed to switch alters and go to a prearranged programmed location where I'm picked up or wherever, whatever, and participate in a satanic sabbat. They're able to use the music industry in a whole number of ways.
To your knowledge, Fritz, what groups are involved currently in using mind control slavery?
Currently, mind-controlled slaves are used by intelligence organizations, occult groups, military groups, and big and small religious groups. And then your various criminals that are in each of these groups network together, and in fact, their own word to describe themselves is, quote, the network, end quote. If we're a little bit more specific about what groups, I mean, I was giving you the broad general categories there. If we're a little bit more specific, for instance, I can give examples like within the military here in the United States, our Delta Forces, 1st Earth Battalion, are mind-controlled units. Then you've got mind-controlled slaves scattered through all of the regular branches. Within your intelligence organizations, some of the big offenders are MI6, and of course their P4 section, and Naval Intelligence, which is ONI.
Of the United States? You've
got a lot of government organizations like the Bureau of Narcotics, FBI, NASA. When we look at what kind of occult groups are using this trauma-based total mind control, we'll see groups like the KKK, the neo-Nazis, the OTO. Am I still on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You'll also see your groups like the Freemasons and the Odd Fellows. If we look at, and then you even get your even more hardcore occult groups like the Church of Satan and the Children of Lucifer, Society of the Dark Lily. And then I mentioned religions. You've got your smaller religions like this group that was so interested in Hail Bob to the extent that they committed suicide. You've got the small groups like that. And according to the information I have, David Koresh and his leaders were mind-controlled slaves who were conducting group control methods over their Branch Davidian group. So you get your small groups like this, clear up to your large groups like the Catholic Church, the Mormon Church, and the Charismatic movement.
Now, for some of the branches of the military, you mentioned the Delta Forces and the Earth First Battalions. Are you saying that all of the people involved in these forces are mind-controlled?
Within Delta Forces, 100% of them are.
Mm-hmm.
Within the 1st Earth Battalion, from what I understand, that would also be 100% of its units are under mind control. Within the Army has special task groups that, for instance, I'm sorry to say, but unfortunately it's true, the U.S. Army has select squads of assassins that travel even around the United States and eliminate people. And from my inside information on that, these squads are not entirely made up of mind-controlled slaves, that they have a variety of control methods over their these types. So
for these military...
So I guess what I'm saying is although you would find a smattering of mind-controlled slaves used in various branches of the military, those first two that I mentioned, Delta Forces and 1st Earth Battalion, are the only ones that I know of that are entirely made up of mind-controlled robots.
And these military operatives, would they have been subject to the trauma-based conditioning type of mind control from childhood, or?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh. And how typically do people that end up in these forces get introduced to the mind control? Is it through their families, or?
Well, these are people these are victims of mind control that would have been placed under mind control in childhood.
And typically, would they be from military families?
They would be from a wide variety. If you've looked at the way the military does things, there's a lot of what they call military brats, children of military men that then are put into positions of responsibility.
Now, to your awareness, has the corporate world used mind control in any way?
Yes, the corporate world does use mind-controlled slaves, and several examples that pop immediately into my mind is ARCO. Some of your listeners may have read the recent book, Angels Don't Play This Harp, by Begich and Manning. If they haven't, I recommend the book, but you'll read quite a bit about ARCO, which did all kinds of harp. That's capital H, capital A, capital A, capital R, capital P, harp research, which isn't a musical instrument. ARCO did a lot of research, and the branch of ARCO, which is APTI, held some of the patents. They also worked with E-Systems, which had some of the patents for the harp research. ARCO is one of the worst offenders, at least in terms of what I have discovered in victims of mind control that I've been in contact with. ARCO's one of the worst, so that probably explains why they were given such a highly sensitive project like HARP. Another company that was given sensitive work to do was Gunderson. Here in Portland, Gunderson Steel has been making a large number of special order rail cars which have shackles and cupolas for guards, which it's a very sensitive secret project that's been farmed out to 11 major rail car producers. And anyway, Gunderson's one of these. And these rail cars are to be used to transport civilians to all these already built concentration camps across America. And so Gunderson's another one of these companies that uses mind-controlled slaves. I'm speaking with first-hand knowledge on that because I've spoken to some of the program multiples that work at Gunderson. Another corporation that comes to my mind right off the bat is the big corporate conglomerate Disney, Capital Cities ABC. You know, the three of them went together, made themselves a nice big corporate conglomerate. They produce porn, and they do some other activities with programmed multiple slaves.
Now, just getting back to ARCO, we're going to actually be interviewing Nick Begich in a future show and talking about the HARP project in particular, and I understand there are mind control elements to that project in particular, but the information you found is, in addition to that they have been using mind control trauma-based conditioned slaves as well?
Yes, right. His book doesn't talk about mind-controlled slaves being used by ARCO. His book is about this technology that they are installing in Alaska,
mm-hmm.
which it is a Star Wars type technology that works in the atmosphere
right.
and manipulates things electronically, electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, it's a huge antenna array that shoots high-frequency energy into the ionosphere.
That HARP can do, besides communicate with satellites, it can actually change the weather, and it can also manipulate the way people think in a geographic area that's being hit by its electromagnetic radiation.
Right, because one of the side effects apparently is extra low-frequency energy that is reflected back to Earth, which is the frequencies that our brain operates on.
Exactly.
And what typically would these companies use mind control slaves for?
Sensitive projects that have to be kept under wraps by the New World Order. For instance, like I mentioned, the production of rail cars to haul civilians to concentration camps. I mean, our government's kept their concentration camp project pretty low key.
Mm-hmm. And so these people would be used to work on these projects, and in the company ensuring that they don't talk about it outside.
Right.
Now, you spoke of the Illuminati being an extension of the mystery religions, and I wonder if you could tell our listeners what were the mystery religions and what was their role in history?
Okay. You've asked two questions there. First, what are the mystery religions? And then, what was their role in history? One of the people that is well worth quoting, his name's Manly P. Hall, and he is both a Grand Master in the Illuminati and a Grand Master in the Freemasons. And in his book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, he said that the mystery religions were the channel through which light to mankind was disseminated. Okay, and for those that are interested in looking that up, that's on page 29. But anyway, so what were these mystery religions? Manly P. Hall is telling us that they were organizations that are disseminating light. The mystery religions claimed to the world that, when I use the word claimed, I'm referring to the ancient world. They claimed to the ancient world that they had gnosis, the special revelation knowledge that would help enlighten and save people. And they claimed to people that by joining them and then going through secret rituals that you would elevate yourself. And they claimed that you would become divine, or that you'd reunite with your divine self if you went through their secret rituals and then got to the highest, deepest levels of their secrets. That's what they were telling people on the outside. There's a lot of different ways to look at a phenomenon, and I want to bring in a couple other angles of looking at it. First is I want to make a comment here that Swinburne Clymer, Swinburne Clymer was a high-ranking Freemason and a Rosicrucian leader. He said that there was a secret body that ruled and controlled all the various ancient mystery religions in the ancient world. He's talking about in Europe and Egypt and Babylon and clear over to India. And you can read this claim of his in his book, Ancient Mystic Oriental Freemasonry, on page 84 and 85. Well, I agree with him, and what he's referring to here, this one secret body that ruled and controlled all these different various mystery religions, what that was what we call today the Illuminati. The Illuminati is the continuation of that secret controlling body. Freemasonry is the outer symbology of the ancient mystery religions. But if you want the hardcore rituals of the ancient mystery religions, then those are the ones that are performed by the Illuminati. Now, the next side to your two-part question is what was the role in history? They played an exceptionally important role in history. First, if one thinks about the power that kings have, who are kings dependent on? Kings must work through other people, and they're dependent upon their advisors, and they're dependent on their financiers. You can't have a king going off and making a war unless he has money, so he's dependent on those financiers. The financiers are dependent on trade and production of goods, and where the secret societies, the mystery religions were secret societies, where they had so much power is that they controlled the trade guilds that had the trade secrets on how to produce the different goods. For instance, the art of making armor, or the art of making a longbow, or the art of making a Venetian warship, or getting closer to home. The roots of Freemasonry go back to the Masonic builders guilds, and the architectural knowledge to design and build a cathedral was controlled by trade guilds, which were controlled by these mystery religions, these secret societies. So kings, you could be a king of a country, but you were still under the control of these mystery religions and secret societies. The man who supposedly converted Christianity, or converted the Roman Empire over to Christianity, was the head of the Mithra mystery religion of his day. So they have played an extremely powerful, important part in history. They have controlled the priesthood and the trade guilds, but also there's a couple ways that they have played a continuous role in history, in that they have guided human endeavors, because they have the Illuminati have, the mystery religions have been what they call the keepers of the great plan. And I'm not just making that, that's just not my own opinion. Manly P. Hall, who, as I mentioned, was an Illuminati kingpin, in at least one of his books, he goes into how the mystery religions were the keepers of the great plan to bring in this great new world order.
And so what was this great plan? This was the details
part of it goes back to the idea of the golden age of the millennium. And that's an important concept for me to talk about, because, and I'll be stepping on a few people's toes here, because your Christians are really unaware of the where their concept of the millennium came from. They think that it comes from the Bible, but if they go back historically, they'll see that William Miller, who started the Adventist movement, he started talking about a millennium. William Miller was a high-ranking Freemason, and he predicted that Christ would return in 1844. Well, the question is did Christ return in 1844? Well, most people, because we have a limited perspective on things, would say, no, he didn't. Well, but there was a man called the Bob. who appeared in Persia, and he said, "I am Christ," and he started the Baha'i religion. He fulfilled William Miller's prophecy. And remember, William Miller was a Freemason? Well, the Freemasons were the ones that introduced the Baha'i religion to America, and they did it through the Chicago Masonic Temple around the turn of the centuries. And if you know about the Baha'i religion, you'll know that they're committed to a one world government, a new world order, and a one world religion. Anyway, there was this Masonic Oriental Order of the Magi, and they were the hardcore group within the Chicago Masonic Temple who started the Baha'i religion in this country. These are the kind of things that I try to expose so that people see how this all interconnects. There's a very brilliant man, James H. Billington. He was the librarian of the Library of Congress, and he wrote a book, Fire in the Minds of Men. And the Illuminati didn't realize what he was doing. He kind of blindsided them because he was a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, so he was one of them. You know, he was somebody, they thought he was one of theirs. And this book, Fire in the Minds of Men, goes through and it talks about where the word revolution came from, which came from the occult societies. And the word revolution, which we use today to mean armed rebellion, it didn't have that meaning in the beginning, but the way it began to be used to mean armed rebellion, to overthrow the old order and establish something new, was because the occult societies, like the Freemasons, who have been behind all of the revolutions of modern history from the American Revolution on, including the American Revolution, have all been created by the Freemasons and the Illuminati, all of them. And he goes back in and he traces how all these revolutions were started by this occult elite. But anyway, back to what I was saying, the term revolution came from the occult idea that we were going to revolve ourselves back to the Golden Age. So there's this great quest for the Golden Age, this millennialism. And that's what communism's about. You'll look at the early founders of communism, and they were trying to revolve us back through revolution to the Golden Age that had been lost.
So what was their idea of what a Golden Age consisted of in terms of humans living
socialized, communistic type society. This is why when you read Masonic prophets like H.G. Wells, who wrote a number of books on how the New World Order could be brought about, when you read these people, they're the Fabian socialists, etc., who have all these detailed plans. It's always for a socialistic, communistic type utopia.
But with a fascist leadership, it seems.
Yes. Yeah. On the surface, it sounds really hunky-dory. It sounds really great. But it ends up more like Animal Farm of George Orwell.
Mm. Now, I'd like to also talk about what the relation of intelligence groups such as the CIA, the DIA, and the MI6, as you mentioned, to the Illuminati. What's the relationship there?
Okay. There's a very close relationship. You'll notice that, for instance, like on MI6, or the first period of their history, and they came into existence about the turn of the century, and for the first few decades, they hired only women that came from these elite Illuminati families to work in MI6. So that if you were a female working at MI6, you were referred to as Queenie And they really were Illuminati queens. If we go back and look at who set up these organizations, who's run these organizations, look at the CIA, for instance. People that understand what the Council of Foreign Relations is all about and how that's an Illuminati front will understand better what I'm talking about. But you look at Dulles, McCone, Helms, Schlesinger, Bush, Turner, Casey, you just go down your list of who were directors of the CIA, and they were members of the Council of Foreign Relations. Not only that, but they were members of other organizations that tie in that are Illuminati fronts. Turner was a Rhodes Scholar, which is an entry point for the Illuminati, tied to, in one of my previous books, The Top 13 Illuminati Bloodlines, I go into how the Astors helped found the Rhodes Scholars. And Casey and, McCone, both of them were Knights of Malta.
Mm-hmm.
You go in and look at the membership of the Knights of Malta, 50% black nobility. I'm talking about black as in the black Guelph European aristocratic bloodlines. The black Guelphs were very powerful bloodlines that have controlled Europe for many centuries. And so here you've got, McCone and Casey as being part of the Knights of Malta. General Walter Bedell Smith, who was head of the CIA early in its, he back there from 50 to 53 was working in U.S. intelligence. He was one of the co-founders of the Bilderbergers. Of course, again, I have to explain, who are the Bilderbergers? You go back and look at the Bilderbergers, and you'll find Prince Bernhard, who's Illuminati. He was chairman, the original chairman of the Bilderbergers, and one of the late chairmen of the Bilderbergers was also, he was Order of St. John, which is Protestant version of the Knights of Malta, but this director Peter Rupert Lord Carrington, he was a director of a number of the Rothschilds organizations, like the Rio Tinto Zinc Corporation, and he was a member of the Order of the Garter, which is very significant. He was also a member of the Order of Osiris. The Order of the Garter is one of the organizations, one of the primary organizations that the Illuminati has given the responsibility to be in charge of the plans to bring in the New World Order and to make and to give continuity from one generation to the other. The Order of the Garter is extremely powerful. In fact, just a little aside here, your coat of arms and all of this is all controlled by the Order of the Garter. If you've ever gone in and looked at heraldry, you'll know how important that is to these elite families. And the people that are in charge of heraldry is the Order of the Garter, which is set up in covens of 13, groups of 13. That's their organizational structure. The Bilderbergers is also set up in groups of 13. The Inner Committee is a committee of 13.
Now, Henry Kissinger has been a member of the Bilderbergers and a prominent member of that group. And what is his involvement in the Illuminati, to your awareness?
He has been very prominent in implementing a lot of what they have wanted done. I don't know that he himself is a member, but he's a member of MI6. He's been a member of P2 Freemasonry. He's been involved with a lot of things. Henry Kissinger is certainly a big player for them to implement their agenda. I do not know whether he's an actual member within the Illuminati or not, but he's sure been a big player to. And in fact, one day I listened to Henry Kissinger speaking, and he said, "We will get a new world order. We may not get it in our generation. If we do not get it in our generation, we will get it in the next generation." In other words, we're just going to keep trying. And that's what the Order of the Garter has been assigned to do. And so a lot of times when we look at these different intelligence groups like the KGB and the CIA, we think, well, we're looking at two groups that are fighting a secret war, a covert war against each other. However, that's only what we're meant to see. And an example of what I'm getting at, there's a recent book out which is really good. It's by a Colonel Corsell. It's entitled Day After Roswell. In his book, which is just eye-opening in many ways, in fact, it may be hard to get after a little while because there seems to be some movement to kind of suppress it. In his book, Day After Roswell, he talks about how the CIA and the KGB are essentially one organization. And this was back in the 50s. And he was tailed by CIA agents. Even though he's a colonel in the U.S. Army, he's got the CIA spying on him, trying to find out what he's doing. And he has to keep secrets from the CIA. Well, I had an acquaintance who's come by, whose father was high up in the CIA, and he said when he was a teenager, one day his father came by and dropped a bombshell on him that he couldn't even understand what his father was talking about. His father said, just out of the blue, that the Cold War is a hoax. And of course, this teenager who had bought into the appearances that the common people are supposed to accept was really confused. He didn't understand. I mean, that's what the CIA supposedly was about, was fighting the communists, and now his father's telling him that it's all a hoax. And he said it took him years to understand what his father was secretly referring to. So we see these different groups, and they appear to be different teams. But it's sort of like coming up to a football field and seeing two teams playing each other. You can't automatically assume that they're not from the same school. It may be a scrimmage or an intervarsity game. And so when we're looking at the CIA and the KGB, they are indeed on the same team. And when you go back in and look at who set these organizations up, you'll and see that hidden hand of the Illuminati setting them up, then a person becomes aware of just really what the bigger picture is. You look at people within MI6, you'll see Lord Victor Rothschild way up there at the top running things. You'll see people like Admiral Sir Hugh Sinclair. Sinclair family is one of these families. MI5, which is internal security for Britain, their first director general for many years was Major General Sir Vernon Keel. He was a Freemason. And a number of other director generals of MI5 have also been Freemasons, and also have been tied to these other organizations I've mentioned, like their director during World War II of MI5 was of that Knights of Grace of St. John, which is the Protestant version of the Knights of Malta. You could go on and on showing the overlap and the connections. I think that a good way, if somebody wanted to investigate this further, might be to investigate Dulles, Alan Dulles, who was DCI of the CIA from 53 to 61. And you'll see his role prior to World War I in working with Hitler, in working with the international financiers, the bankers, of these Illuminati kingpins. You'll see that there was a lot of hidden things about this man, and you'll see his connections to the elite.
And certainly the information about the CIA facilitating the flight of Nazi war criminals to North America. He was certainly involved in that.
Yeah, and Dulles was the man that the Illuminati used to inform Hitler that the financiers would support him in his bid for power. So he was the guy that brought the good news to Hitler. Hey, you can go for it. We'll finance you. So anyway,
I'd like to talk about another CIA director who was actually recently in Toronto accepting a honorary degree at the University of Toronto, and that's George Bush, and his affiliation with Skull and Bones as well. I wonder if you could talk about that.
Skull and Bones is an entry point into the Illuminati. There are a number of these different researchers have noticed the Skull and Bones, but there's a lot of other organizations that are entry points. I mentioned the Rhodes Scholar, and then there's the group in Oxford. There's a whole series of different fraternal organizations. The Skull and Bones is not the only one, but that's the one that George Bush joined. You got Scroll and Key and Berzelius and some other fraternal organizations. And one of the things that he did in his initiation ceremony into that organization was to lie in manure and recount all of his sexual exploits.
I understand that's a kind of initiation ritual for all members of Skull and Bones. Is that correct?
Right.
Now, you mentioned at the top of the interview that George Bush was related to some royal family. Is that the House of Windsor?
Yeah.
And what is the relationship there? He's
a distant relative of Prince Charles and Queen Elizabeth. It's distant relationship. I couldn't offhand trace the exact lineage for you.
And in your opinion, what has George Bush's role been in attempting to implement a global government?
He's been a criminal, and he's provided leadership for criminal activities. He's been involved with creating wars, been involved with drug running. He's been involved with pornography and mind control.
Are you aware of any information that George Bush is also a pedophile?
Oh, yeah. Kathy O'Brien, for instance, who I have visited with, her daughter spent time with George Bush, and other people that are familiar with the mind control and what's going on have also said that the man was a pedophile.
Do Do you think that people and groups trying to bring about global control are planning a takeover attempt at a particular point in time, or do you think they will continue to implement this New World Order more gradually, as they have been doing in, for example, creating expanded economic blocks and so forth?
It's a combination of gradual, a gradual boiling, and spiced with some cataclysmic events. From the vantage point of being a planner and having the actual plans in detail, you would see that things are on a continuous, they're being implemented on a continuous basis. For instance, I've mentioned previously, I think, in this interview, previously, that the Panama Canal and the Suez Canal were planned by the Illuminati back around 1800, if not before, and that those were things that they wanted to implement on the way to a New World Order. When we see cataclysmic events occur, like let's say there's a nuclear exchange, or let's say aliens all of a sudden arrive, they seem cataclysmic and instantaneous to those of us who are the common people. But the planning for these events have gone on for a long time. So yes, it will be gradual if you're looking at the implementation of these plans. But the appearance of some of these things will be rather cataclysmic. In order to bring in the New World Order as they would like to implement it, they want us to ask them to bring in what they want. So, for instance, in World War II, when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, the Americans wanted to give away their freedoms to make their government more powerful. They will be implementing things that will cause us to ask them to do what they want to do.
And what kind of scenarios are possible?
Like, for instance, in Australia, where this madman went in and he gunned down a lot of innocent people, including children of families, and the families. And, right after that, they ramrodded through gun legislation, and approximately 500,000 weapons were turned in without a fight by the Australians because of this horrendous massacre that took place. The same things are going to happen in this country. And on the surface, it's going to appear like, this was just a madman, he flipped out, and he gunned down a lot of people. But from their vantage point, there's been a lot of years of planning and programming go into this.
And one could argue that it's already started to happen in terms of things like the Oklahoma City bombing, yes, and bringing in the counterterrorism bill immediately after.
Yes, exactly. Right, so I would say yes to both aspects. It will be both gradual, and it will have cataclysmic events.
So what, in your opinion, could mind control be possibly used in one of these scenarios to create a cataclysmic event?
Oh, yes, definitely, and they have been using mind control. In fact, I use the term New World Order, but I also very often use the term World Order, because the same people that are bringing in the New World Order have actually been controlling the world all along. It's really not new at all. It's just going into a more intense phase where the control is going to be more intense and the mind control is going to be more pervasive and more powerful. But these people have been controlling things from behind the scenes for a long time. We go back and look at the power that the British Empire had and the power that the French Empire had, and then you ask yourself, well, who was running the British Empire and who was running the French Empire? And you see these same people, these same families. You know, just like I had mentioned earlier about how many American presidents were related and how we've really been controlled by these oligarchical families here in the United States.
So how do you think would mind control be possibly used in a takeover scenario?
One way that it could be used is if people look at the Charles Bronson movie Telephone, you'll see the end result of this mind control where a housewife is called, given a little fairy tale ditty, and she goes out and blows up a military installation. There's a lot of people with programming to do acts of sabotage and assassination. There's a lot of things that have to be accomplished, and going back to the idea that I previously talked about, the weakest link in a chain is what's going to bust. And so in order to implement all of these things from behind the scenes, you have to have mind-controlled people salted in at all different levels that you're operating to make sure that nobody reveals the secrets, that people do the job as they're supposed to, that people forget the things that they're supposed to forget. For instance, the banking. In the last few years, there have been a lot of banks that have gone bankrupt, and that has been very quietly covered over by bank mergers. The bank bellies up. What they will do is they will bring in a bigger bank and swallow it up and call it a merger instead of a bankruptcy. Well, how do they keep these kind of things secret? Well, I know some program multiples personally that work in the banking system, and I do not know the full extent of what these people are used for. I can only speculate, but they're definitely using mind-controlled slaves within the banking system to hide the manipulations that they're doing.
Now, quite a number of victims of mind control have spoken about end times programming. What can you tell us about that?
Okay. The end times programming is, when we refer to that, is we're talking about programming that's geared to bringing in the New World Order and the reign of the Antichrist. And one of the interesting things about end times programming that I've noticed is that it has a lot of color programming to it. For instance, the list of the people that are to be dealt with, the blue list, or let me back up and interrupt myself. You've got a red list. The people on the red list are people that are anti-New World Order opposition leaders that are to be executed about 2 weeks before martial law. The blue list would be people that are against what they're doing, but they want to attempt to try to program them, to arrest them and see if they can correct their thinking. Probably a lot of these people will be killed in the process of trying to reprogram their minds. And then the final list, which is their yellow list, are people that are to be rounded up for re-education camps after martial law. Well, okay, so that's one example. Then you have, like in the programming, a lot of your codes would be like yellow flags at half-mast, yellow dog on run, blue fish at home. And I know this from work with mind-controlled victims. Then one of the reasons why we see them using a lot of these color codes is because they're going to be using a lot of mind-controlled slaves, and they're going to be using a lot of foreigners, like foreign troops, like Russians, to implement these things. And for mind-controlled slaves and for foreigners, it's easier to if you use color coding. So when certain things are going to be implemented, they have activation codes, which oftentimes have color coding to the activation codes, like blue ray or red ray or green ray or purple ray. And those will go to team leaders. If the listeners are familiar with Amway, they're familiar with uplines and downlines, where like a team leader can have maybe 4 people underneath him, that he calls those 4 people, and then each of them call 4 people. You've got the picture there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those will be color-coded. So the team leader may have a blue ray and a red ray and a yellow ray and a green and a purple one, too, that he calls each one of those different people. That's how they're coded. And then the sites. Some of these sites are color-coded. And then internally within the mind of the slave in their programming, some of them have, for instance, one of the types of end-times programming that we've discovered are internal crystals. These crystals are timed, or they could also be rocks. They're timed to explode or release certain things, certain programming at a certain point in time. And they will, oftentimes these crystals will have color codes to them. So anyway, if the therapist begins getting into in-time programming, that's one of the things they're going to notice. They're also going to notice mountaintops are used quite a lot for meeting places or significant places. You'll notice that there's a lot of international cooperation involved in the plans that they have and in the programming. One of the things about the end times programming that's important to mention is that common news events are oftentimes triggers. For instance, like Diana dying, Princess Di's death was certain mind-controlled slaves had been programmed to trigger off of that news event. Another thing that's involved with end times programming, because it does involve the ushering in of the reign of the Antichrist, you will see demonology involved in it. There's the demon person, that's P-U-R-S-O-N, not P-E-R, but P-U-R. The demon person in the programming, involved with the programming, and his job is the revelator of the Antichrist, and he will know a victim's system. You will see Apollo. Son of Apollo is the Antichrist. And so Apollo would be the father of the Antichrist. You'll see Asclepius. Asclepius is the demon of healing. And you look in your charismatic movement, and you see a lot of healing going on. some of these ministers that are involved in the charismatic movement are actually Satanists, and I know from eyewitnesses that they, in secret, they carry out satanic rituals where they attempt through these rituals to gain the power of Esculapius, which is healing, which is a demonic healing power. And then when they go into these churches, they use mind control and this demonic healing power to heal Christians, and then tell people, well, God healed you. Of course, they don't state to them which God. Another couple things that are characteristic of end times programming is involvement of the aliens. A lot of alien programming, a lot of plans with aliens, and then there's a whole series of categories of programming that are related to catastrophes. And this is now I'm speaking to therapists or when you get in to start working with the part of the system that's involved with end times catastrophes, you'll get into working with sergeant alters. And another area that's involved with end times programming involves a lot of computer control of people. And I'm still only in the beginning of understanding all of this, but there's an actual computer at 666 Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C., which is called the Janus 2 computer. When you get into having victims of mind control tap into when they start spewing out their programming, which comes out just like a computer spewing it out, they start talking about the Janus coding, which has something to do with tracking and reprogramming, and also ties in with computers. And then you've got your ambassador coding and your emperor coding, which tie in with, and you'll have Morse code programming. Ambassador coding involves, in part, suicides. Has different kinds of subcodes to it, where, like setting fires, committing suicide, doing an act of violence against somebody would be subcode programs under the ambassador program, and that's end time programming.
So you've talked a lot about the characteristics of the end times programming, but what, in a general sense, would they be programmed to do?
Well, there's so many things. I mean, we're talking again. One of the things that I've tried to communicate to people is that we're not talking about just running drugs or prostitution here, but we're talking about control of society as a whole. And one of the scarier options that they have is to bring in to have a mock alien invasion, and
how would they accomplish that?
They would actually have flying saucers with aliens come, and then of course, because they control so many different aspects of society, even though a number of people like myself would say, well, beware of this hidden agenda, beware of that, we would be drowned out by this orchestra of people in different sectors of society, congressmen, newsmen, and all these other religious leaders, saying whatever the plan is for them to say. Of course, they're going to have controlled opposition. They're going to have a few people that say, well, I distrust these aliens or this agenda or what the government's doing, but there'll be controlled opposition, and that controlled opposition will gather all the opposition to what they want to do, and then raise the hopes of people that are against this hidden agenda, but will not actually carry through in stopping it.
Now, do you believe that the governments of the world have UFO technology that they've been developing?
Oh, there's no question in my mind about it.
So this alien invasion would be a staged invasion using their own military technology?
Yes. Another agenda that they have is to destroy faith in national governments. So then that's been divided up into thousands of different projects. For instance, Jehovah's Witnesses, which go door to door. If you'll look at Jehovah's Witness literature, it's works very hard at destroying faith in nationalism. Okay, but who would suspect the Jehovah's Witnesses? Well, the Jehovah's Witnesses, their Watchtower Society, which publishes for them, is actually an Illuminati front. And in fact, one of their members accidentally stumbled onto a big clue to this. He noticed that there were hundreds, actually even thousands, of hidden occult symbols that had been hidden into the Watchtower artwork. For instance, there would be a picture of a waterfall in a Watchtower magazine, but when you looked at it really closely, you'd realize it was a skull. The water formed a skull. It's like Carrier and Ives used to have these hidden pictures when you look at a tree and you'd see other pictures. So they hid all of these occult things in there, and then they'd have all of these little nifty occult messages like a goat leading a herd of sheep and things like that. Or a thief running off with occult jewelry with an all-seeing eye and things like this. So they have a lot of hidden messages, too. Who would suspect the Jehovah's Witnesses of being anything? But they use Jehovah's Witnesses to access some of their slaves. Who can go door to door without any suspicion? They just like Cisco. And like I mentioned earlier, I brought her out of the Illuminati. That doesn't mean I'm the only person that ever helped her. But these Jehovah's Witnesses would come to our door and I'd say, no, don't answer the door. And, her natural inclination would have been, well, these are just Jehovah's Witnesses. And I'd have to say, no, don't answer the door. And interestingly, the same couple that came to our door that tried to talk to her showed up the next day clear across town at another victim's doorstep. Very strange, because if you understand, because I know the Jehovah's Witnesses from the inside and how they map out their territories and how they go door to door, and what happened was not normal.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you had a team of people that was trying to access slaves that were getting free, and their cover was to be Jehovah's Witnesses. So it sounds like I'm getting a little bit off the track, but what I'm trying to say is like, in their objective to destroy faith in the national government, how do you destroy a national government? Well, you create civil war, and you create distrust of that government, and you bankrupt that government. So there's all these different projects to bring down the American government and bring down respect for our government. So they play both ends against the middle. And so in implementation of these the end time agendas, there's a lot of agendas and a lot of people scurrying around doing a lot of things that until you see the whole picture of how it all fits together, it just looks like a lot of chaos.
Right. I just wanted to come back to your point as well about them creating a chaotic situation, such as some of the scenarios we've been talking about, in order for the public to then ask for what I guess the military to step in, or perhaps the United Nations to step in, and basically the public asking for a state of martial law. Is that your your opinion on how they're going to do this?
Yeah, we will ask them for what they want to do. That's the plan. And everything, people that have sat in on the 20 and 30 and 40 year, people who have sat in on Illuminati meetings where they gave their 20-year plans, their 30-year plans, and their 40-year plans, 50-year plans. The key word to all of those plans was that it would happen naturally. That it would happen as if it was naturally happening, I should say. They want things to look like they're happening naturally. That's just not my opinion. That's what was specifically stated in these meetings. And in order to implement that, you have a lot of mind-controlled slaves out there. For instance, another example is they want to destroy the continuity of religious belief in the United States. The United States was basically founded by a Protestant majority. There were very few Catholics when the United States was started. In other words, the people of this country had a common agreement, one outlook on morality. Well, when people have a moral belief system, whether that's Buddhist or whatever, if it's a very strong belief system, it's hard to change them. So what they're trying to do is fragment our belief system. And so they have brought in a lot of foreign belief systems into the United States, imported them. So you're getting Buddhism and Islam being imported into the United States. But you also have all of these gurus, New Age gurus, popping up and creating their own little New Age groups. Well, why is that happening? Well, in the bigger picture, it's to destroy the fabric of a unified moral response. And a lot of these New Age leaders, like Elizabeth Clare Prophet, who's the leader of CUT, Church Universal and Triumphant, she is a mind-controlled slave. J.Z. Knight, which is, that's who she goes by. That's not her name, but that's the entity she channels. She's a mind-controlled slave. These are New Age leaders, and they are gathering flocks. And one of the gals that became a friend of mine that left the Church Universal and Triumphant and became a Christian, I have some, in having worked with her, I noticed some red flags that make me think that maybe she, as one of the leadership of Elizabeth Clare Prophet's groups, was a mind control victim. So, and she's not the only evidence that I have that not only are the leaders under mind control that start these groups, but part of their flocks are mind control victims that are being programmed to join these cults. Imagine if you are a religious leader and you get secret help from the establishment and you have people being programmed to join your organization, how that gives you an edge over someone like you or I starting our own religion. So that's one reason why we have such a chaotic or religious atmosphere out there where all of these gurus and religious leaders are starting all of these small, weird groups.
Now, you've talked about Dr. Ewan Cameron as being one of the mind control programmers. I'd like to know specifically what his and McGill University's contribution to the development of trauma-based mind control to your awareness?
I don't know that I have a great deal to share. I know that St. Mary's Hospital there in Montreal, Quebec, was used by these people for programming. They had, down in the basement, they had what was called the zombie room and an isolation chamber and a grid room in St. Mary's. I know that from various victims of mind control that the Catholic Church's institutions were widely used in Quebec. As far as Cameron's personal contribution, I know that he worked for years assisting in the programming and research. The things that he would research for them, of course, were classified, and I don't have a good grasp of what he discovered for them. I know that if we read Journey into Madness by Gordon Thomas, he, in a couple places in his book, he makes kind of fun of Dr. Cameron. He says that Cameron's grants hadn't produced any tangible value to the CIA, or that there was a Dr. Gottlieb who was supposedly investigating the doctor and questioning whether Cameron had done anything to help the agency. I consider his statements here in his book. I consider those kind of statements the typical type of CIA disinformation that's put out. They're typically saying, well, we did research, but we didn't find anything of value. I have a hard time believing that Dr. Cameron, who was on the leading edge of mind control, who was visiting with the top mind control, who was in touch with the top mind control programmers of his day and learning techniques from them, that the man was of no value to the CIA. And I'm not trying to put down Gordon Thomas's book, because I would recommend it to people, but this is the type of disinformation that spews forth from so many different sources. Why was he head of the prestigious American Psychiatric Association? And then later he was a head of it was one of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and then the World Association of Psychiatrists. So why was he put in charge of so many very powerful organizations by the establishment, if this man was so worthless to their agenda?
Just in a general sense, what were the types of institutions that were involved in the development of mind control across North America, for example?
Oh, good question. This goes back. The answer to that I can actually quote them on this, because Admiral Stansfield Turner on August 3rd, 1977, told a Senate investigating committee that in the United States, prisons, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, 44 medical colleges, and then American universities and corporations were helping the CIA carry out their mind control experiments. Again, I believe that using the word experiments is a little bit of disinformation. this was operational programming.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were taking the people that were coming out of these so-called mind control experiments and using them. They were far more than just experiments.
Mm-hmm.
But those were the kind of institutions that were assisting in the programming.
And can you make a statement about the role of psychiatry in the development of mind control?
They have been very important to develop the mind control from being more of what we would call training to being being placed on a very scientific basis. There has been extensive research into the mind by psychiatrists, and that research has been invaluable for developing these mind control technologies and schemes. Behavior modification, to give you a specific, for instance, behavior modification. Of course, everybody's probably familiar with Skinner and that type of research, Pavlov's dog. The findings of the behaviorists were directly implemented in teaching various alters to do certain things. When you get in and read some of our books, like the Volume 2 book and the Deeper Insights book, I go into how each of the different alters are created. For instance, you've got gatekeeper alters, and they use a lot of different methods in teaching a gatekeeper alter. But for instance, at one point, a gatekeeper alter will be taken to a door, and then using behavior modification techniques, which we're talking about severely torturing the alter. They're taught not to step beyond the door, but to hold their place at that door. The research that showed that this type of training would be effective came from behavior modification psychiatrists.
Do you think that some psychiatrists may have been unwitting in helping develop this technology?
Yes, you've got several different levels of participation. One is you've got people that are just plain evil and do this because they're just simply evil, but there aren't enough evil men in the world for them to successfully pull off what they're doing. Then the next level of participation would be people that are coerced, that are blackmailed, that are mind control victims themselves, being forced into it. And then you've got a level of people below that are unwitting dupes of the system. My father was never part of the system. My father, in the sense of, he never joined any occult societies. You know, he's not in favor of a New World Order. So philosophically, he's not in line with them. He's just somebody who believes in science, and he believes that science can help the world. And he wanted to help the world. That was his goal in life, was to make a positive difference in the world. But the thing of it is that the Illuminati deflect what these researchers want for good. They deflect it for evil purposes. And so that's why, for instance, I have a hard time with this one scientist I was talking with earlier this year. He developed biological weapons for the United States, you know, viruses and things like anthrax that could kill millions of people. And he said, well, technology's neutral. It's neither good nor bad, you know, it's how it's used. And I'm like thinking in my head, are you that stupid that the people that you're working for and that are going to implement using this stuff are going to use it for evil? And that's the thing, is that a lot of these scientists, they're so they're so focused on the tiny little details of what they're trying to research, that they don't want to bond, and also ego plays a part in this. They want to discover something, that their ego and their pride and their concentration in the research doesn't allow them to step back and say, well, what is this going to be used for? What is this microchip technology going to be used for? It's going to be used to put into people, huh? And they need to start looking at the bigger picture, but a lot of these people don't. They allow themselves to be unwittingly used.
Fritz, you've written a number of books, and I understand they're self-published. How can people get a hold of your books?
They can write me 19093 South Beaver Creek Road, Suite 160, Oregon City, Oregon 97045.
Okay, great. And the information that we've been talking about has been quite depressing, and I think a lot of people are going to be affected by it. What message of hope do you have for people that after learning about all of this?
Okay. There's two sides to a coin, and we've been talking about the negative side of the coin, and there's the positive side of the coin. The positive side of the coin is that a lot of these technologies and mind control technologies that have been developed could actually be used for the advancement of mankind. They could use to benefit mankind. Another positive that I can mention is that in spite of the forces that are trying to destroy humanity, there are a lot of positive forces. There are quite a number of independent researchers, and they haven't gotten much media attention except ridicule, but there are people that have been researching free energy, and they've actually made a lot of advancements in developing free energy so that the common person would not be dependent upon the establishment for any of its energy. Another area of research that's advanced far further than what the establishment media has allowed people to know is alternative medicine. Been amazing discoveries in alternative medicine that really liberate people from establishment medicine. You have the internet and photocopy machines, which are technologies which have given the common person the ability to transmit and gather a lot of information without being part of the system. So you have homeschooling coming along. So there are developments that are taking place that are shaking up the movers and shakers because they realize that their monopoly over these various things in our life, like the medical industry and the monopoly they have over what we learn and their monopoly over our energy, like gas, these monopolies are fragile and they can be broken. And then another positive side to things is that in spite of this monumental power that they have, people like myself have been able to slip through their control the cracks in their control, and have actually been able to free people from the very deepest depths of their organization. And I've been able to get out so much information exposing their methods and their agenda. And I'm saying this to show that these people are not invincible.
Well, Fritz, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us on this radio series. It's been absolutely fascinating talking to you, and I'd like to thank you for bringing this information out.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate this chance, and I just want to congratulate your courage in being, and your love for the truth in bringing this to the Canadian and the American people.
We've been listening to part 5 of an interview with Fritz Springmeier about mind control. And over this interview, Fritz has claimed that the Illuminati, a group of powerful families in international finance, has developed and used mind control slaves to expand their power. And these mind control slaves have been used for assassination, espionage, drug running, money laundering, and for sexual blackmails of prominent officials. Fritz is a researcher of the Illuminati and mind control and co-author of such books as The Top 13 Illuminati Bloodlines and the Illuminati Formula Used to Create an Undetectable Total Mind Control Slave. Stay tuned next week on the International Connection for an interview with Cisco Wheeler, former Illuminati family mind control slave and co-author of the previously mentioned books.